The future of payments will not be shaped by algorithms alone, but by intent, integrity, and intelligence we embed in them. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to FSS and Moneycontrol present Simplify Payments 2025. I'm your host, Mugdha Kalra, and we meet at a fascinating crossroads for India's digital economy. A moment when the country is no longer catching up with global innovation, but setting the benchmark for how financial technologies must scale with responsibility and inclusion. India today is the world's most vibrant real-time payments laboratories, and UPI has rewritten global playbooks. Fintech adoption in India is breaking records, and with regulators pushing governance-first frameworks, India is emerging as a lighthouse for safe, inclusive, AI-driven financial systems. But as we enter an era where AI permeates perhaps every layer of the payments value chain, a defining question stands before us, which is, can we accelerate innovation while safeguarding trust, compliance, and measurable real-world ROI? Tonight, this room brings together some of the most influential voices shaping the future of this sector: regulators, technologists, banking leaders, AI experts, and transformation architects. Through the evening, we will be decoding adoption frameworks, emerging technologies. We'll be talking about risk governance and the innovations that will define India's next decade in digital payments. Before we begin, a quick reminder that this event is being streamed live on Moneycontrol's YouTube channel, and we encourage all of you to join the conversation. And to set the tone for the evening, it is my privilege to invite a leader who has spent over 2 decades building and scaling global payments systems, and as global processing head at FSS, he has led high-impact transformations across several of the biggest brands in the payments industry. His work spans strategy, product, innovation, enterprise delivery, and regional expansion across India and Southeast Asia. He has been instrumental in shaping future-ready payment architectures and strengthening FSS global footprint. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Vishal Maru, Global Processing Head, FSS.
Thanks, Mukta, for an elaborate introduction. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you for the FSS Simply Payments 2025 edition. We are truly delighted to have our well-wishers, our customers, our partners in this room today. Over 35 years in the industry, in the payment industry, we are thankful that you have always encouraged us, motivated us, and empowered us to innovate, evolve, and stay ahead. So first of all, big round of applause to all of you here. And to all of those who are watching us live, thank you for being such an integral part of our growth journey. I can see a lot of you people were there in our journey in Simply Payments last year and the year earlier. And we inaugurated and we launched our FSS platform, Blaze, and Smart Recon. I'm very proud, very happy to say that we have got phenomenal response on our Blaze platform. We got some 10+ contracts being signed in the last year on the Blaze platform. And while I speak to you, we are in the process of rolling out more than 150 banks on Smart Recon. So thanks for all the support which you gave us. Last time, we made a commitment. We made a commitment that while we will continue to invest in platform and we'll make them more smarter, we'll make them more intelligent, and it will be more future ready. And this is where we are today. Today we are at a pivotal moment where artificial intelligence is being embraced by the whole world. And so we have done it. With opportunities like our artificial intelligence, you also get some sense of responsibility. And I think it's very important to understand that. And today in FSS, we don't simply talk about artificial intelligence, AI, we talk about reliable artificial intelligence. And that comes from our belief that the innovation is important, but the trust is in the center and forefront of the innovation. We have also believed that the innovation like this can only be cultivated if there is a democratization within the organization. And I'm very happy to announce that all our employees have been trained on ethical practices on AI. We are also in the process of securing 42001 certificate, ISO 42001 certificate. And this ISO 42001 certificate has already been recommended to the FSS. But this is just not about the compliance, and it doesn't end here, because with the compliance, we also are committing ourselves to the benefits for our customer. We are committing 30% plus productivity upliftment through our AI-infused products. This year, the theme is AI in payments, governance, security, and framework. And this reflects our belief that innovation without guardrail is not innovation, it is risk. At FSS, we believe the future of payment must be built on strong AI governance, robust security, and trusted framework. Around the world, countries are now moving fast to put the right AI frameworks and right regulation. And FSS is completely aligned for all the AI regulatory frameworks, which brings financial compliance and data protection frameworks. The message is clear. AI is powerful, but it must also be controlled, predictable, secure, ethical, and governed. And this is just not a technical requirement, it is a foundation of trust. And trust is the currency of payment industry. Over the course of this evening, you will see demonstration from our FSS team showcasing some very compelling use cases where we have just not used AI, but we have very responsibly put AI into use for all the payment methods. We have also aligned some very insightful panel discussion where the industry leaders will decode what governance, security, and framework is all about in the AI world. And of course, you will hear from distinguished experts where they will talk about how AI is important in this whole VUCA world. So ladies and gentlemen, this evening is yours. Please enjoy the evening and let's get started. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maru, for that very compelling start. You've done my job, made it easier. You've already told everyone what to expect. But I'm just going to leave everybody with a quick reminder that the event is streaming live on Moneycontrol's YouTube channel, and we encourage all of you to join in the conversation, chime in, share your musings, thoughts, your views on today's conference, and not just the summit, but also talk about what the themes we are covering, how they are resonating with the people in the financial sector, with industries. So we would really want you all to be participative in this process and use hashtag SimplyPayments2025 on X. Our next speaker is a visionary policymaker who is redefining India's position in global finance. He is steering India's international financial hub towards innovation-led growth, robust governance, and technology-first regulation. And his work has been pivotal in advancing India's strategic role in global AI governance for financial systems. Please welcome K. Raman, Chairperson of the International Financial Service Centers Authority.
First of all, I would like to congratulate FSS and Moneycontrol for organizing this very important event, a very relevant topic in today's financial sector. India is one of the fastest growing large economies in the world, and the last 35 years have been very remarkable in terms of enabling the private sector to take the lead in the development of the country. Government regulations have receded in the background, still lot more way to go. And we also see the rise of technology within this country. So the last 10 years have been even more critical for India in the sense that a lot of very pioneering financial sector reforms were done, I think, especially impacting the economic growth of the country. Deep structural reforms like goods and services tax, the insolvency and bankruptcy code, reforms in the direct tax system, reconsolidation or consolidation of all the public sector banks, tightening the asset classification and provisioning norms by the central bank, capital market reforms. I mean, we can go on and on for an hour, I think. So the kind of financial sector reforms that have been done have been phenomenal. But amongst all the reforms that have been done in India, to me, the most important reform has been the inclusion reforms. The rest of the reforms have actually made the Indian economy resilient. They have made us, India is now a lodestar in terms of financial stability and also political stability as well. So as a result of which, while the world, the VUCA world, as Mr. Maru said, sees a very, very bright spot in India, I think, because of the resilience that we have. While all that is happening, the biggest reform to me has been the inclusion reforms, especially the financial inclusion reforms, where the thinking has changed that the bottom of the pyramid matters in an economy perhaps more than the top. So the Honorable Prime Minister's vision that the bottom of the pyramid has to march along with the top has been enshrined in the Bharat Jan Dhan Yojana. I think many of you might be aware of that, wherein 540 million people who did not have bank accounts were provided with bank accounts. They are connected with Aadhaar, they are connected with the mobile phone. So as a consequence, today they are all plugged into the formal financial economy. So the scale of the financial ecosystem today has multiplied very drastically, I think, because people have just started the first phase. They've started using the digital public infrastructure called the bank account, the ID and the mobile phone for paying. So I think today the subject matter is payments. So the revolution in the payment system has occurred because of the scale. Because all the people, whether you go to a street corner, a village, I think a hilltop, everywhere the citizens are using digital technologies to actually transact, to pay. So I think a lot of them have started saving as well. Today the amount of money which is there in this bank account is about $35 billion. If you look at the future, what I see is that a lot of them will start investing in the stock markets. The numbers are there for you to see. In 2014, there were 20 million unique trading accounts in the stock markets, the demat accounts. Today, there are more than about 125, 130 million accounts. I think I have lost track. I think a few months back, it was about 120 million accounts. So this number is likely to become 400 to 500 million over the next few years. So people will start investing, pensioning, insuring, and all of them will actually converge on payments, because all these requires payments, right? If you want to save, you need to pay. If you want to, on top of that, you have an e-commerce, business which has actually zoomed in this country. So a consequence is that I think the technology today has actually transformed the way the bottom of the pyramid interacts with the economy. So the next 25 years is going to be very critical for India, as the Honorable Prime Minister said. The plans for Viksit Bharat at 2047 has been rolled out. The government of India is working on a number of reforms. If I may say in a very summarized fashion, there are 4 pillars to this vision. The first one is more complete the reform process. There are a number of laws which need to be replaced. I think there are many colonial era laws which are still running, ruling the roost. So we have Insurance Act of 1938, we have the RBI Act of 1934, and so on and so forth. So a number of acts which are getting amended and replaced. I used to be the Secretary Telecom in the Government of India till 2023. The act which used to govern the telecom sector was the Indian Telegraph Act of 1885. So when we had the job of replacing this act with the Telecom Act of 2023, which Parliament enacted in 2023. So every ministry is doing that. Last Parliament, the entire set of shipping legislations were replaced by Parliament. So this is work in progress. Over the next 2 years, you will see all the laws getting replaced. As a consequence, we see a great regulatory opportunity. As a regulator, we see that the underlying regulations will also get cleaned up. They will become more business friendly. They will become technology positive. They will become more aligned with the rest of the world, and so on and so forth. So this will be a big booster for the Indian economy. The second pillar is the investment pillar. Government is heavily investing in manufacturing, in advanced manufacturing, in infrastructure, R&D, and so on and so forth. The third pillar is very important, and that is probably the subject matter today, technology. Technology is going to drive the world forward. I think if AI is driving financial sector, there are so many forms of technology which are driving every other sector. I think if you are not there, I think you are dead on arrival. So businesses have realized that. If you don't adopt that, I think you're gone. So technology is something which India has to play a very important role. I'm very happy that FSS is developing high-end stacks which are benchmarked to world standards for the financial sector industry. And I think that I was just telling the CEO that probably you need to take it to the rest of the world. So the time has come that I think Indian stacks should power more and more of the world. I'll give an example here. Till 2021-22, India was a passive consumer of telecom technology. I think we were buying 2G, 3G, 4G, and also 5G perhaps. So in government in 2020 decided that I think we have to stop at some point of time and build our own stack. So today, thanks to that initiative, the telecom department has built the C-DOT and TCS joined together to build India's first 4G stack, which now powers about 100,000 villages across the world, across India. And the 5G stack is in the final stages of testing, so that's also likely to be rolled out this year. So every domain in India must actually focus on building an Indian stack. And that's when we see the example from China, how they are able to conquer the world through their stacks. They have a solution for everything in the world. So I'm sure that India, which is hosting the world's largest number of GCCs, you name the technology company, the GCCs in Bengaluru, Pune, Hyderabad, or in Chennai, or so on and so forth. We are building the world's technology. Now I think time has come for us to move away from building technology for somebody else to actually building technology for the world and then branding them, packaging them, and then marketing them for the rest of the world. So I'm very happy that FSS is doing that. I think there should be 10,000 such companies in India which actually build stacks in every possible domain. I will move on to the International Financial Center. So one of the reforms that the Government of India did was to look at how India can bring the international financial marketplace to the doorstep. And that's what the International Financial Services Center has done since 2019 when the International Financial Services Centers Authority Act was passed. So we have about 35 regulations covering banking, insurance, pension, capital markets, and a whole host of other things, including aircraft leasing, ship leasing, bullion markets, and so on and so forth. The idea was that how do we onshore a lot of activities which is happening offshore. A number of Indian businesses which are doing India business were sitting in rest of the world. The idea was how to bring them back. So we have achieved that to a large measure. Today we have about 35 international banks. Today most of the Indian corporates raise corporate finance out of GIFT City. Last year, for instance, the total transactions on the external commercial borrowings in India was about $61 billion, which flowed into India. Out of that, about $19 billion came from GIFT City. So we expect this number to go up as time passes, as more and more banks. We expect to have at least 50 banks in the next couple of years. We also have about 197 fund managers who are managing about 310 alternative investment funds. These funds altogether have managed to invest about $11 billion into India and to the neighborhood. The business there is not only India focused, but also it is focused on the region and the rest of the world as well. We have a payment services regulation which is focused on creating high quality payment services bridges between the major economies of the world and India. There we have licensed about 7 payment services providers, out of which three of them are operational. And the idea is that to connect the 15 million NRIs who live across the world, a lot of them are very wealthy. Last year, for instance, the NRIs sent home $139 billion, they remitted home. So we expect that they have a like sum of money stacked in various other financial centers. The idea is that how do we bring them back? So we also have about 19 million PIOs, persons of Indian origin, not to speak of the billions of foreign investors. So the idea is that how do we attract these investors to come to India and also host the investments in onshore India and also invest into India as well. So payment services are a very, very important part of this, to ensure that people are able to conveniently, safely, 24/7, able to remit in a secure manner payments into India and payments out of India as well. So these cross-border payments bridges are very, very crucial, and we believe that technology is the answer. So building top-notch technology based on modern technology choices like AI is very, very crucial. So the International Financial Services Center also hosts a regulatory sandbox and an innovation sandbox, providing opportunities for new age companies to test solutions. There are a couple of companies which are doing tokenization experiments as well. So there are potential for new forms of payments technologies also to emerge. Tokenized payment systems is a possibility in the future. So I would say that as a regulator, we believe that AI, the technology brings with it opportunities and challenges, both. So if you look at the world, today we have the world has recognized AI. There is a global partnership on AI, of which India is a member, where a lot of these fundamental principles on which AI has to be based are discussed and agreed upon. So this provides a foundational cooperation platform to enable that the businesses that get built on AI are on a sounder footing than otherwise. We have also a plethora of laws in various countries. For instance, the European Union has got an AI Act, which was enacted in 2025. It mandates strict governance, high penalties for risky AI implementation, fines up to 35 million euros or 7% of the global turnover. So this is very, very harsh, and very strong, penalties for breaches. If you look at the US Executive Order of 2025, it streamlines AI policy regulation to support innovation, and it's probably a very hands-off approach to AI and probably focuses more on the innovation piece rather than the regulatory piece. In India, we have been waiting and watching. There is a measured pace. I think the Reserve Bank of India has brought out a free AI report, which provides a set of principles to go by. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology have brought out a set of governance principles, which are also very founded on that report published by RBI as well. So principles such as trust, explainability, accountability, and a whole host of other internationally accepted principles have been recognized in this governance frameworks to ensure that people who handle AI understand that it comes with a lot of responsibility and accountability as well. The cabinet has approved a AI mission, and I think I was happy to see Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan's name, but though I don't see him. So I think the Bharat Gen program, Bharat Gen program is a mission program with an investment of nearly 1,000 crores, in which a lot of IITs are working on very foundational elements of the large language models. Similarly, I think the IIT Gandhi has been sanctioned an AI mission project of 300 crores to also build an LLM. A lot of other projects which fund private sector is also in progress. On top of that, India has also brought home a lot of AI compute capacity in terms of GPUs, and they have been made available to businesses and to startups at very affordable rates. In fact, I was very curious to see how the competition amongst the AI infrastructure companies has been taken to the next level. I mean, in terms of the pricing, I think as usual, the Chinese companies have started underpricing it, and I think the world seems to be going the same way as it has gone in the solar sector, where I think there is going to be dumping and very, very cutthroat price competitions, etc. But that means good for business, but obviously, because you're going to get AI capacity at a very, very competitive rate. Now the question is that how do we build applications on top of that? I mean, which companies like FSS are doing. So I will say that the way forward for India as a country is to ensure that we have a lot of skilling. I think I also hear that a lot of companies, wherever I speak to a tech company, they say across the board, AI skilling programs are in progress in most of the large companies to actually ensure people not only get sensitized to AI, but also to get into, hands-on to AI as a method to actually deliver value-added products, which is good, I think. So therefore, definitely, I think India will continue to be the GCC capital for the world in terms of AI capabilities as well. There's no doubt about that. But the question is that whether we'll become a product nation. The question is that whether we will build shrink-wrap products, with the India brand image. So I would push people like FSS to actually to come out with, strong India brands, which should be pushed into the international market. And India at 2047 is not about GCCs. India is at 2047 is about Indian champions becoming global champions with India, made in India, designed in India kind of products hitting the global marketplace. So I would see that AI is an opportunity, a great opportunity for business to actually to build value-added products which are completely the state of the art. Now the challenges that we see are obviously the harmonization of the plethora of laws that are between jurisdictions, because companies today no longer work, especially when you're dealing with data and AI, though of course companies can choose to remain domestic. But I think today time has come, once you have crossed a certain scale, there is no way but actually touch the rest of the world as well. So which means that you may have to deal with the complexity of the world as it obtains now, with all the complexity in EU. I think you have a different kind of regime in the US, and the rest of the world, I think, having different kind of other kinds of regulations. So you see with, so this probably offers some regulatory arbitrage risks as well, I think, for us, as far as we see. So it's very important for regulators like us to also to understand and see how we ensure businesses stay safe and ensure market integrity. So continuous collaboration between international standard settings bodies, businesses, and policymakers are required to ensure that this early stage of this technology is handled in a manner that does not threaten financial stability and global financial stability at large. So cross-border collaboration mechanisms are required, and I'm sure that things like GPI, business-to-business collaboration platforms, etc., provide this standard. Today, I see that. The other day I was in Bengaluru. I just dropped into a small chartered accountant firm. I think. So I was zapped to see that the guy had bought one GPU and installed it, a machine there. He was running a small set of AI code for his clients, in the small machine using a Google AI platform. So today I see the opportunity here. The Indian jugaad, I think, will definitely actually ensure that probably technology is used in a manner which was probably not envisioned, I think. So I am sure that Indian ways of doing business have always been very, very different, I think. So I will see that the adoption rate in AI will definitely scale up across all kinds of business, all types of business, and all ranges of business. And it will not be just restricted to the top of the pyramid, but also will definitely migrate downwards, because there is always this Indian thirst for actually to tapping technology for becoming more efficient. So I see that a lot of them happening here, and the time here is for regulators like us to enable innovation to happen, I think, and we will be very happy to support them through our sandboxes. I will also say that while that be so, supervising businesses also becomes a challenge for regulators, because understanding the technology is also a challenge, I think, because regulators are not technologists. I think though I am a telecom engineer myself who passed out of the institution in 1986, I am a generalist. So therefore, my understanding of AI may not be the kind of understanding that is required for today's nanosecond world. So therefore, it's very important to actually harness, for the regulators themselves to harness technology. So therefore, we see regulators also building supervisory technology systems which actually enable the technology to supervise technology, nothing. So therefore, we have just commissioned, we are in the process of building a digital repository, which will, on top of which will we propose to install an AI stack to actually to support examination of data to understand whether any of the risks that we see in technology happens. So therefore, it's early days. I think there are, I'm sure that there are mechanisms for ensuring that these technology does not run out of hand. So we have, just like in the normal compliance world, we have RegTech and SupTech. I'm sure that companies, businesses will also have a regulatory technology which ensures that AI stays within control. So, setting up internal audit mechanisms for the AI stack within your company, I think will be very, very essential. So, to alert the chief risk officer about something running amok in the organization in terms of those basic principles that the AI world has assured for itself. So I see that the opportunity here to ensure that this technology runs safely. While we say all of that, I think as one of the important regulators in India, we believe that there is an opportunity to actually tap this innovation to enable the higher efficiency in the financial sector business, and also to ensure that the scale of business that India will have to deal with. Because today, as I mentioned, if 540 million people have just joined the financial ecosystem, I can only imagine what would be happening in the next 25 years in terms of the scale of the volumes of transactions and business that would be happening in the financial world. So obviously, it is not, I don't think it is possible for the old generation legacy technology to deal with any of that. I think definitely it's just not possible. So therefore, AI definitely has to be harnessed. There is no choice, I think, to ensure that businesses are run in a responsible fashion, risks are kept under control, and costs are kept under control, and so on and so forth. So I would see that as time goes by, decision making will be increasingly be supported by AI. If I was just browsing through a World Economic Forum report on the pervasiveness of AI across various levels of, layers of functions in a business, I think. So it has almost like invaded every possible, I think, boxes in a business, starting from the bottom layer to the front office, to the middle office, and so on and so forth. So therefore, the choice is very clear. I think we need to harness this technology. We need to ensure that the risks stay within control. And as a regulator, we would be preferring us to do innovation along with a proper sound risk management framework. I think. So we would like to support all kinds of innovation while also assuring ourselves that the business have undertaken sufficient measures to ensure that the risks stay within control. So with these few words, I'll stop here and say that it is early days. We have in GIFT City, the GIFT City company has set up an international fintech institute, and they have a center of excellence on AI is also being set up by the government of Gujarat, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and the private sector together. And this is expected to be launched by the course of this year. And we believe that this will also enable businesses to actually effectively use AI for their purposes. And I will end by saying that thanks to Moneycontrol and FSS for having bring all these people together for a thought-provoking event. We all believe that I think we can all work together to make the world a much safer place and a much more livable place by use of AI in a very safe manner. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful keynote. May I invite Vibala Subramaniam, CEO of FSS, sir, to please come and felicitate Mr. Raman. Thank you, sir. Our next Keynote comes from one of India's most respected voices in financial regulations. He has shaped key policies in payments, security, governance, and digital financial inclusion. His leadership also has helped establish the foundational frameworks that continue to guide India's regulatory resilience today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome Ramasubramaniam Gandhi, former Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your precious time.
Good evening, everybody. Sri Raman, IFSS Chair, Sri Balasubramaniam, FSS. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good evening to each one of you once again. First of all, my grateful thanks to both FSS and Moneycontrol for inviting me to share my thoughts on the topical AI and payments. It's always been a pleasure to be among the payment industry participants. That has been my experience over the past 40-45 years. So I'm very glad for this opportunity to be once again with all of you. Over this, our lifetime, that is now we are nearing 70, at least I am nearing 70. So this, during these 70 years, we have been seeing wave after wave of technology taking the world. Like Industrial Revolution, now looking back, we club all of them together as Industrial Revolution, but during those years of 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, there had been several waves of aspects of the revolution. But finally, we historians termed it as revolution. Same way on the technology also, in the days to come or in the next century, people will club all these things into a single phenomenon that will be there. But when we have ourselves experienced each aspect of the technology, right from computer technology to communication technology, and then by information technology, internet, mobile, cloud, and now AI. So wave after wave, when this is coming, the whole individual lives, and it is impacting not just individual lives and the businesses and commerce and many aspects of the human life. So that way, it is very apt that by FSS and Moneycontrol thought it fit to think about in what all ways AI is going to be impacting the specific segment of the payments. So the topic that I thought I will share my thoughts relates to the guardrails that will be required for AI-based payment system. So everything started from the digital payment system. That's AI-based payments is within a subset of the digital payments. That's the way we can see it. So digital payments was nothing but, for this audience, I need not explain why, how it is defined and other thing, but we understand clearly that anything which was then was being handled through paper and other traditional modes, we shifted to digital mode. That's it. It was just a transformation of doing the same thing with the digital. Whereas with the AI, human intelligence is supposed to be what normally to be applied, will be applied by the system that we have developed, trained, and appropriately implemented. That's a fundamental thing. But in the process, what is required whenever any innovation takes place in the world, anywhere in the world, especially more specifically in the regulatory arena, regulators will always be looking at what needs to be permitted, what need not be permitted, what should be banned. That is a standard phenomenon. In effect, regulation and innovation, most of the time we feel that they are working at cross purposes. Innovation wants to do everything. They will look at the pain points in the kind of whole value chain and identify where through appropriate new thinking the solution can be found out. So they will be very strongly believing in that solution should be made available to the interested parties, whether it is the users or general public, and why a regulator or the law should be prohibiting it. That's a standard conflict between innovation and regulation. Whereas regulators will always look at not just the enablement of possible solution, they will be always looking at what is the kind of accident that can happen and how to prevent it, what are the preventive measures we should prescribe, and how to let the train go within the guardrails that has been picked up. So that's why it is very important to always remember in the regulated space that guardrails are very, very important. So when we are talking about AI-based payments related guardrails, we have to start with what guardrails we already have with reference to digital and what additional thing or modified guardrails we will be needing for the purposes of letting AI have a free flow within that broad set of guardrails. So that way, when we look at what are the various guardrails we have placed over these years on the digital payment system, to begin with, always the most important guardrails first related to security. So security is a strong authentication. That is a fundamental thing we brought in. Then we had encryption standards. Then secured devices and related apps, those standards. That is a security was a fundamental, because when we talk about technology, security comes as very first important guarding rails we have to have. Then to prevent frauds, what are the things we should think about that has been brought about? The real-time fraud detection, transaction limits, geofencing and IP monitoring. That's a set of requirements that has been brought on. Third, related to consumer protection related to standards and requirements. That's a clear dispute resolution mechanism, transparency in dealings, and reversibility whenever there is an opportunity for reversing the transaction when something has been done wrongly. That also has been made as a requirement, and appropriate insurance-based solutions when there is a loss which can be need not necessarily be passed on to the customer, how it can be absorbed by the service providers. That's a set of requirement that has come on the consumer protection related. Then data related, data protection measures over the world, also including India. There's a specific DPTP Act has come in now, that regulations have also come into play. That assures privacy of the data, and through the appropriate use of the data, what all things to be done. That's another set of then operational guidelines, because we are talking about round-the-clock real-time transaction. That would mean that availability of the system will have to be of the highest standard. So the system resilience-related requirement, redundancy, backups, disaster recovery requirements, and have been prescribed. And settlement reconciliation, because we are talking about institutions, between institutions, millions of transactions taking place, it can always result in certain reconciliation issues, and how to solve that. That is also there are requirements. And incident reporting, that especially to find the root cause of incident that is happening and how to resolve those things and to prevent breaches and fraud related incidents. And I think that's another set of requirements have been prescribed. Then regulatory and compliance requirement, because as I said, that is all, we are all in the regulatory area. That is, that comes fundamental requirement, the KYC standards, then AML, CFT related requirements, licensing and supervision, because it's now that earlier it was exclusive phenomenon of banks payments, but over the last 10 years or more, it has now been permitted more non-bank players also to be in the space. That doesn't mean that it's a free play for any and everybody. It is not, and you require appropriate approvals from the regulator for doing this business. Then finally, of course, users have to be periodically reminded of their own responsibilities, their own requirements, awareness programs, and I think that is another set of requirements that have been put in. This is a set of guardrails we have placed over the years regarding the digital payments. Now looking forward, when we are going to talk about digital payment, now what always, all these things are definitely required, whatever we have already placed, there is no question of relaxing any one of these things. Now that we have to only add much more specific to the AI related arrangement. First, of course, comes the model safety and reliability. Because AI ultimately depends upon the model that have been developed, that has been trained, and periodically it is learning by itself. That's all the expectation. That would mean that continuously the models will have to be subjected to its safe reliability of those models will have to be assured. So that how do we take that AI decision set of, especially when it's when we use for fraud flagging, and the payment decisions are made or declined, more specifically when payments are declined or even when it is allowed false positive or false negative, those kind of things, how do we explain to the customer? Because it cannot be simply said that my model predicted this way, so we stopped it. So we can't stop from there. It has to be explained to the customer. Here, simple years before, that's my name. I come from South, especially Tamil Nadu. Many of the people would know that. We typically use our father's name as the initial and our name as the normal one. My name is R. Gandhi. But for legal purposes, when I have to expand, I have put it as Raman Gandhi. That's why it is. And we also have a tradition that our first son is always given the name of grandfather, my father's name. So my son's name is Ramasubramaniam. First name is Ramasubramaniam, and surname becomes Gandhi. So both of us are Ramasubramaniam Gandhi. He is in US, when he was studying, when I used to send money to him, from Ramasubramaniam Gandhi to Ramasubramaniam Gandhi, the bank raised objection. How is that? Because those days we cannot send money for yourself. They wanted passport details. I gave it. Then that also they said, no, you are having two passports. It required quite a bit of explanation to them to convince that it is my son and they were different. Same way, if suppose this has been encoded into the modern day AI app, again, and if it is left to the app to decide, I will never be able to send money to my son or vice versa, right? So that is where the model, constantly when the feedback comes from the customer, the model will have to be appropriately made to learn and corrections to be done. I think that's a very important, the reliability of the model, that is very important. Then accuracy and false positive control, that's what I just now mentioned, that periodically regular testing to avoid legitimate payments not being blocked or declined. It is a very, very, because we are talking about instantaneous real-time payment, and any stoppage of payment based on the AI given result, it can create havoc for the customer. So that's one, how quickly it is detected and corrected, it is a challenge. It is going to be a big, big challenge. Earlier days, at least when I started, I said that this problem, when it happened, it was 10 years before when my son went for studies. We had, the promise was any payment will take place 2 days. It was accepted norm. 2 days, within 2 days, you can resolve everything. Now, instantaneous payment, where is the question of that kind of luxurious time to correct it? So that is where the real challenge comes, that how the AI models can properly be trained and corrected. Then model validation monitoring, that's what it is, that whether it created a problem or not, it is immaterial. Whether there is a false positive, negative, that is one thing. But even when it is functioning properly, continuously it has to be tested, back tested, and appropriately, we have to, any correction that is needed will have to be done. The patterns recognition and user behavior change, all those things will have to be factored when we are talking about model validation and monitoring. Then bias, and that's a standard problem with any model, because we are relying on data. So the collection of data, the proper feeding of it will have to ensure that there is no bias, inbuilt bias built on that. Data privacy and protection, in any case, it will only be in the going years, it is going to be redoubled only. The penalties that will be coming about for any kind of breach is going to be very, very onerous on the participant. So that is why this will have to continuously emphasizing about the data privacy and data protection standards that will be needed. Cyber security, again, that is much, much more. The way things are happening, when we bring in certain controls, certain kind of requirements, the people who create the cyber threats, they are also in their business of continuously reinventing themselves, bringing in more and more threats to the system. That means that continuous investment in this area is also required. Operational guidelines, that's where fail-safe modes, that is standard. Whenever we are depending upon technology, then it is not that every moment of loss of availability of the system is going to cause concern, not just in a small location, throughout the world itself, it can bring down. So that's why continuity of the system, fail-safe mode system, is very, very important. Incident responses, it is another important thing about this thing is that even though every participant in this segment will be a competitor, would like to be getting more and more share of the market, but it's also equally important that all of them will have to cooperate with one another, share the information relating to dangers, which is as experienced by them and to be shared with us. So this cooperation in terms of how incidents were handled, that lessons will have to be passed on to for greater benefit of the entire system by every commercial institution with another commercial. So appropriate regulatory guidance will always be there. That participation in this kind of sharing is very, very important. Ethical and governance, that is what I'm not very sure that in payments how that question could come, but in the case of AI, usage of AI across very many places in terms of in the financial space, investment, or even in the health space, and I think quite a lot of damages are already happening. We do hear about it through media reports, that what kind of not just monetary loss, even people's lives have been lost because that ethical standards were not properly adhered to by the models. So that's where the accountability related issues come very upfront. Auditability, that is a standard thing, because when we say that the institutions will rely on model, the regulators will come and audit and say that demonstrate to me that your models are doing it properly. It cannot just be a blog post, and it cannot be set aside saying that this is what my system did. I don't know anything about it. System did it. It learned by itself, because the AI is expected to learn by itself. So I do not know how it learned that. We cannot say that. We have to prove that with what kind of controls we have let the system learn it properly. Finally, as I said, the model review by the regulators will have to be given utmost seriousness, bias testing, model performance testing, safety measures testing, all those things will have to come. So these are the things which will have to build up, that right now in India, just as Mr. Raman mentioned, that RBI committee has come out with a specific report, that's a framework for responsible and ethical enablement of AI, free AI report. RBI is yet to come out with actual regulations, but this time I see a bit of change in the approach to that entire thing. Typically, the technology was always tested elsewhere, and thereafter it came in the payments related, like whether it is ATM technology or card technology, cloud technology, whatever is being used in India. They were all tested elsewhere in the other developed world, and we had some ready experience of what the technology can offer, what are the risks that are emanating, and how to ring-fence ourselves that way. But this time, in the AI space, again, as Mr. Rajaram mentioned, that India is in the forefront of developing this technology. So even before it is fully tested anywhere in the world, we are actually using it. That means that the responsibility for us to create appropriate guardrails is much, much more today compared to that. That's what this report is bringing out. This is an indication that even before it is fully tested or used, how do we protect our own economy, not just economy, in that process, even the world economy also. So that's an important change that we have. Because earlier, the approach by regulators, especially from the Reserve Bank side, used to be either yes or no, binary decisions only. We allow you or we don't allow you to use. There was no space for or room for testing it. Whereas this time, it is in the middle ground. We will be testing, we will be allowing sandbox, and through that, we'll get an experience of what more to be done or what. So that is another change in the regulatory approach that we have. Because it is in-house, in indigenous developed, that would mean that we should be. The committee recommended that indigenous development as specific models, specifically for the financial system, will have to be a kind of objective that we should be. And that's a good suggestion that they are given. So now, so the very focus of this report has been that we should be responsible and we should be ethical in making good use of the technology. So that's what is the final one. Again and again, everybody is going to emphasize this aspect of being a responsible user of the technology and being ethical for the greater benefit of the whole community. So with those words, I will close my discussion with you. Thank you very much for listening.
Indeed, two big words to go back. I think today, after all the deliberations are on, we are concentrating on responsibility and how to keep ethics impact. Thank you, sir, for all those wonderful insights. And before we let you go, I'd like to invite Vishal Maru Sahab to please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Gandhi. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, we now turn to what is always a highlight, the FSS Future Technology Roadmap, and joining us are two stalwarts driving next-gen payments engineering. I see them right here. Anirban Roy, Head of Platform, a seasoned technologist with 23 years across Infosys, AWS, and IBM, and the architect behind FSS Blaze. And the company's next-gen payments platform that we'll be talking about. And Krishnamurthy KR, the delivery head, FSS, a global transformation leader again, with 25 years of experience spanning Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and Americas, including breakthrough work in SEPA and real-time payments initiatives. And together, they are building the backbone of tomorrow's intelligent payments infrastructure. So I'll first invite Anirban, and then you can take over.
Thank you for that great introduction. Welcome all to the Simply Payments 2025, and what we will try to do between me and my esteemed colleague Krishnamurthy is try to talk about what we have built over the years, how it is working, what's the challenges that we are solving for, and what do we look forward into the future, what's coming, right? And how into this whole gamut of things that we have been building, we are embedding intelligence, we are embedding regulatory controls and things like that. So that's what would be a schematic of the session that's to follow, right? So let's start with how we started this journey a couple of years back and how we built this entire stack, the platform stack. Of course, we are very proud that we built it from the grounds up. We looked at the challenges that are faced by the banks, faced by large financial institutes, the challenges that we also have been facing for years, and how we have tried to innovate and lay down things and build a better, technology stack. So when we started this journey, one of the key challenges we looked at in the industry and also that we have been, facing ourselves is the legacy architecture. Systems that have been built in older technologies and been there in operation for many, many years, how do we kind of build a more robust system, graduating from there to the what is best in class to be offered by the technology world, right? Couple of other things is on the regulatory complexity, the changes and the constant need to comply. So that's where we also looked at. The siloed infrastructure that has got procured in a institute over a period in time, many different architectures in terms of x86 and continuum systems and many other kind of CPU architectures and network components and all that has got procured. How do we create a kind of a unified playing field so that modern applications can run? The entire evolving customer expectations today, the speed of change that is needed for a business and constant need to design and deliver at the speed of thought and to be right at the forefront of customer innovation is another area of challenge that we try to look at and think about what we do, right? And then, of course, the whole area of cybersecurity and fraud, where it's again a challenging dimension that's already always there. And of course, the intelligence part of it, how do we build systems for the future, which has embedded intelligence inside, right? And with all of this, finally, the human angle, the people management, where do we find the talent? How do we kind of train? All of that, right? So this is the kind of challenge area that we kind of thought we would want to address. Of course, there are many more, but however, these were the key challenges that we wanted to address while building the next-gen platform or the stack, the Blaze. And this is what we have done over the last 3 years, is built a robust platform with all the key essentials of technology, the infrastructure engineering, the entire functional design and innovation, the business services, the connector architectures, all of that that we have been trying to put in place and have put in place. Thinking about compliance first, right from conceptualization of a product story, and then following it through the entire engineering that we have done on the platform in terms of creating applications which are, or services which are based on containers, and then creating a distributed Kubernetes world where every application is treated equal. And of course, the design thinking that we brought in terms of implementing the best-in-class of domain-centric concepts, meta-model architectures, and so on and so forth. And of course, the security-first approach, the EDI framework that we have put in place, where we talk about the execution space, the data space, and intelligence space coming together. I'll go in a little detail about what is meant by that. And of course, the strong focus in terms of nurturing talent, strengthening the internal engineering culture, and percolating it to the other parts of the organization in a holistic way. So this is what we have done, and this is the core of what we have at the Blaze platform, right? So let me now take you through or give you a glimpse of what we have been discussing for the last 2 years, what we have built, what is at the core of this entire stack, right? So at the very core are the framework services, which are the technology services. We have been talking about it, launching feature by feature, last many, what you can say, years, at least 3 years that we have been building this entire thing. This and all that we are discussing over here is kind of there. We have been doing pretty well in terms of taking it to the customers, getting their interest, getting into implementation, and building on top of this. So this is the core, and on top of, and in the addition to it, we also created the addendum services along with the framework. So the core framework is composed of the technology services and all the additional services that comes in between, right? So we have our extension framework which you need for extending a particular service, the entire data framework, the connector architecture that I was talking about, all of this from the grounds up we have created, okay? We have done some crazy stuff like creating our own, flow engine, our own rule engine. We'll in a bit talk about that, why we did so. The entire set of engineering that we have done in terms of infrastructure engineering, taming the world of Kubernetes, containers, writing recipes, making things interoperable, and believe me, it's all done from the grounds up. We are very proud to say that our technology works on top of any clone of Kubernetes, whether it is EKS, whether it is OpenShift, whether it is Tanzu, AKS, you name it, it works. I mean, because when we started building this, we built it on Kubernetes Open Distro, and that's from where our own learning came in. And we had the philosophy that we are going to train like we are going to fight. So from day one, whatever we are talking about, any piece of technology that we are putting in, it should work on a piece of machine that we choose, right? And over a period in time, it should work on any other clone of that infrastructure. And then we put that entire domain service layer in place, which is the reusable components in terms of functionalities that can be extended, like our pricing engines, our workflows and transaction engines, and all sort of services which can be used across the product lines and service lines that we are launching and plan to launch in future, and the actual business services that comes with it, right? So all of this we have put in place, plus we have built our own homegrown studio where all of this comes together. So if you put this entire set of components in place, doesn't mean that you will have to do a lot of manual coding. We also have something called Blaze Studio, where all of this stack is kind of available, right from how you build your UI, how you build your services, how you make your services talk to the UI, or your micro frontends talk to your services, both ways. How do you make it talk to other systems in your enterprise, the entire integration stack? So all of this, again, you can make it work using the studio. Okay, so this is how the overlay looks like, the framework services, how it all comes together in terms of the addendum services in the framework, what are there. Of course, the entire infrastructure stack, where all we have got it certified, how it works, the entire monitoring and deep observability framework that we have put in place. So which means that anything that you put on this system, you can monitor what is happening at the infrastructure level, what is happening at the network, what's happening with your application, what is happening with your browser, your mobile application. So all of that, right? And then, of course, this is how, some samples of what are the true business services that we have put in place, and the Blaze Studio where it comes, which means that you want to build more services, more applications, more products, you can use the Blaze Studio, all of that as components and stack that is there is available, and you can just go on and use it and build. Incidentally, we are using the Blaze Studio to build our products as we speak. And of course, the Blaze integrator, which connects our experience of last so many years of connecting to your switches, to your endpoints, to your core banking system, CVS, all of that. So all those adapters are kind of there, and you can customize it to your need and make those communication to other systems in your enterprise, right? And of course, the Blaze Cosmos, it'll come to it. This whole lot of components that we have built. Rishi is here, my colleague. He's head of our AI COE. He will take you through the entire stack that we have built and how it is all coming together. Okay. So moving on, this is what I was talking about, the EDI, where the execution space is where all that you have seen in the earlier slide. This is coming into this space, which is the execution space. And the data that gets generated over here goes into the entire data stack that we have, where the data monitoring, the data transformation, the governance, the entire management aspect of it, and prepping the data up for the intelligence layer that happens. And then you have the intelligence space where you do your model training, you do all sort of things to make sure that your services becomes intelligent. So it's a flywheel kind of an effect. You have your services generates data, the data gets used to train your models, and then that intelligence gets fed back into your services to make your services more intelligent, right? And of course, Rishi will talk more about the agentic way of doing things, how intelligent flows can emanate out of it, and so on and so forth, right? So I was talking about the transformation journey that we wanted to, get into, and we looked at the challenges in the industry and what we have done. I'll give you a very simple glimpse of what we have been doing internally. So internally, whenever we try to look at a new product area, we do an assessment, we kind of do our design using the domain-centric aspects and many other architectural meta-model designs. And then we build using the platform components that we have, right? And then we do a set of validations in terms of performance, in terms of functional validations and things like that. And finally, we put it onto the infrastructure that I was talking about. And that's how it all comes together, right? And the broader impact in terms of business, there are many over here, but of course, in terms of performance, in terms of speed, that's something which we have gained tremendous advantage over the last few years, right? And of course, it makes the entire set of applications and products that we are building, which are secure, which are scalable, which are kind of governance kind of is taken care of. The integrations are kind of pretty efficient. So all of this, and it also makes our operations and discovery and observability much more simpler. So this is what we have done. This is how we have kind of innovated and transformed our products. And at the center of this is definitely our studio. And of course, the integrator that we have used, along with the whole set of things that you see in our Blaze stack, right? So the implementation journey in last 1 year has been pretty exciting. We won a couple of deals, more than 10 of them. It is in various stages of implementation now. But just to give a glimpse of a couple of them, first is a mid-sized bank where we did it at a tremendous speed, implementing the platform and the Blaze CMS and making sure that it runs pretty smooth within a very, very short time. Second is, of course, we have taken it to a telecom player to handle their payments and the entire orchestration that they used to do, which is kind of a new domain in which we moved in. And of course, the third is a very large bank where we are putting it up for the complexity and the scale, right? So these are the kind of implementations that we are doing. This is what we are solving for our clients. And, the key takeaway from me is this three, that today Blaze is powering the largest banks in our country, and we are taking it to the other regions, of course. And it's our innovation engine. We have the studio and the integrator I was talking about. It is accelerating the whole journey. And please join us, put your trust on us to partner with you and take it forward with you all, right? So that's my session. I would want to invite my colleague, Mr. Krishna, to take you through one of the unique implementations that we have been doing, right? Thank you.
Yep. So we've been in the recon space for many years, and we've got 40 plus customers using us today. So during this year, we asked ourselves and our customers, what is it that banks want today, right? The basics first. Banks need support for a wide range of functional reconciliation needs. So that we do, that we've been doing well for many years, and we still continue doing that. But as they progress on the journey today, what banks require is much more faster reaction, right? They need our upgrades to become much faster. So to do that, we do a low-code configuration-led development, and we are using AI to improve that as well. Bank also needs to optimize their operations. They are looking for effectiveness in their operations. To help that, we are also working on a dashboard, which will give them deep insight to what's actually happening within the banks, right? And similarly, and most importantly, banks are generally looking for reduced operational costs always, and significantly better reliability by reducing their implementation or manual interventions. Both of these, this is where we are working on AI this year. And we'll talk about a few of those scenarios in the next few minutes. And this will all help towards the final goal of lower TCO and better reliability. So to achieve all of this, we are introducing Recon.ai, our latest version of our reconciliation engine. And we've used technology, AI in a number of places, starting with processing the files that comes in as well, right? We'll talk about that in a little bit of detail. We are also looking at how exception management can be assisted by using AI, dispute management, and there are some really horror stories of one customer having a voucher which needs to be generated using 50 different tabs in a single Excel sheet, and just understanding that took us days. So for those areas like that, we are started using AI to help move things faster, right? Not only that, we are, like I talked about, a new dashboards coming our way, and a new UI UX platform that makes it a lot more intuitive to use our application. So I'll talk about just one area amongst the many areas that we're working on, how we are using, which is the file parsing of processing files, right? A problem that many banks face is sometimes a wrong file comes in, right? File meant for UPI reconciliation goes to the IMPS thing. Typically what happens, we ingest the file, doesn't work, raise a ticket to the IT team, and 2 hours has gone away before you can get anything done. But our smart routing engine will allow us to route the files to the right place. So that helps save time. Exception management is a lot easier. Now, once the file's been ingested, everything looks okay and we're all happy, and then we realize that Aaj Diwali hai. Every grandfather is sending money to his grandson, but the volumes doesn't reflect that. So from such very easy scenarios to much more subtler scenarios, we are using AI to find out, look, something's not quite right here. So that's where, once again, in these scenarios, that AI is going to help us in this engine. Now, everything's good. We've ingested the file, and then how many times has NPCI come and told us this year, hey, wait, I'm sending a new file, that old file is gone. What do? We roll back all the changes, we go to a core banking system, undo all those changes. So to prevent all of these as well, our AI is being used. And lastly, what happens in some scenarios is that, a partner system changes their file system, their file formats and all that, and we can't process it. But here, we can either crib about it or do something about it. We chose to do the latter, right? We are now using our AI engine to go ahead, and as long as the data is there in the file, we will process that file, right? And that doesn't mean that, AI is going to take all the decisions. Later on in another session, we'll see what is the framework for responsible AI that we have in our system. So all of these we will be releasing early part of this coming year. So I'll talk about how quickly are we doing these changes and implementing it for our customers. Here's a case of a large public sector bank that we are onboarding onto our system. right? They do about 30 million e-com transactions and much more UPI transactions every day. And then we brought about three different schemes in the first 5 months. And you'd say, look, that's not very impressive. So what we're doing is we improved our game. For one of our processors, we brought 5 banks on board onto our system in the first 3 months, and then we continued improving. In probably 9 months, 10 months of this year, we've onboarded 14 different banks onto our platform, which means we are doing about a rate of a bank and a half every month. So that's the kind of speed our latest Recon.ai platform helps us with. So I'll leave with this thought, right? Why should you consider Recon.ai, right? It's highly scalable. Billions of transactions are reconciled every year using our system across multiple banks. We've been benchmarked at more than 250,000 transactions a second. We are fast, we are scalable, right? And one of the things that we saw in one of our customers that we implemented in the Middle East is their systems reconciled, the whole cycle finished in half the time with our new system. And actually earlier this week, I was with one of our customers where we benchmark our system against their old system, and we saved about 80% of the time. So it's fast, it's reliable. And another use case was one of our customers in the Middle East, at the end of the first year of processing, saved about 30% of their operational cost. So not only is it fast, reliable, it is also economical. With AI-enabled dispute management coming our way, it's going to make this even better as well. Of course, with our low-code configuration-led deployment approach, it's going to make your GTM much quicker and compliance a lot easier. I'll leave this with this final thought, right? We've been your trusted partner for many years. 40 banks use us. But by the same time next year, we would have hit a double century. We would have more than 200 banks trusting FSS with processing either directly on their systems or through a vendor. So we'll leave that. So that's a very brief, quick glimpse into what we are doing in the reconciliation space. We'd be very happy to take any questions on this on the larger platform. But if you find either of these two things interesting, our salespeople are there. We'll be very happy to talk to you. Talk to them. If you're more interested, we can come and do a demo to you as well. We'll happy to take any questions now. Thanks. Right? Yeah. Thank you.
Anirban, Krishna, thank you both for that very forward-looking blueprint. And as they said, they'll be available for an interaction or questions at any point in the evening today. So make most of that time. Let's now move on to an important discussion from pilots to production, governance, and ROI in AI. Moderating this session is Hamsini Karthik, editor BFSI at Moneycontrol, and joining her on the panel, Kiran Hejmadi, Senior Vice President of Product, FSS, and Rugang Piranjpe, Managing Partner at MCCube and Chairman of SBI's Risk Management Committee, a seasoned strategist who has led some of the most consequential reforms in India's financial market. Hamsini, over to you.
It's almost every year. This is an annual feature for FSS to host a summit or a conference like this. And it's coming in this time around at a juncture where AI is the buzzword across the world. In the tech world, people, especially in the US, are thinking whether AI stocks have peaked the bubble or not. And in India, in the financial services space especially, we're still thinking, how do we give a legitimate color to AI? How do we make it more authentic? And so on. And I think we have two amazing people to take this discussion forward. I'll start with you, Mr. Murugan. You've worked in banks. You're now a consultant. What are the 2-3 key risks that come on top of your head when it's all about implementation of AI? How do you think, from a governance and a risk perspective, shielding AI from these two risks become very, very critical if they have to sort of prove to the world that AI is the way forward tomorrow for financial services?
Thanks, and thanks Moneycontrol, and thanks FSS for, I think, a very relevant topical discussion.
Absolutely.
Because, I think the rapid pace at which AI has come in proves that if we had probably had this a year ago, we would have been much more skeptical to say, hey, are we really talking too early? But today I think it is reality. So I think it's very important.
The conversation would have also just been about what happens to jobs,
yeah.
not about how do we, really weather ourselves from a regulatory perspective.
So I think, when you're looking at AI and you're looking at AI, say from a bank's perspective, sitting in a bank today, your first concern is in terms of making sure that all your AI models are absolutely robust. So I think you really start with looking at your model governance. And again, in most banks in India, one, it is a regulatory requirement, but I think most banks on their own have very robust model governance sort of frameworks in place. So I think your first step is to really say, what is the purpose? Whenever you're building an AI tool, what is the purpose? And that is really where you start from. The second thing you really got to check is in terms of your data consistency, your data lineage, in terms of your data how clean your data is. Third, and I think one of the very important things we look for is the consistency in terms of output. What you don't want, and again, we talk about AI already being used in a lot of credit models in terms of predicting where defaults may happen, predicting your, all your probabilities of default, etc. What you definitely don't want is a model which is unpredictable in terms of what it's going to say. So I think that's the next guardrail you want to build. So what you start off is with saying that, am I building it for the right purpose? Second, do I have the right inputs going into it? And third, how predictable am I doing it? And then you have to make sure that all of this goes with normal controls that you would do. I mean, there is no difference between an AI system versus a system we built 30 years ago. You've got to test it. You've got to have independent people testing those systems. You've got to have independent people having control on that. And finally, a feedback loop, just tying all of it together. So I think some of the things are not different in terms of the guardrails, but I think it's very important because AI is now a part of what we are doing day to day. And therefore, it's very important to have systems, processes, models, and all of this around it.
Absolutely. Before I come to you, Kiran, I want to stay put with you, sir. I speak to banks, I speak to people who feed into the banking system as well. Fintechs and, providers of technologies, what they often tell us is that, we give them a blueprint. By the time that it becomes a product, it just takes so much infinite time. But banks say that's on purpose because we want to make sure that what's being built is foolproof. What's being built can stand the test of time. What's your take on that?
I think, and again, having switched roles in the last 5 or 10 years between being on an exchange which trades intraday, nanoseconds, to a bank which doesn't really have to do that, I would just say when we're talking of a banking system, you've got to be a bit more conservative. We really are not talking of an intraday change and an end-of-day change, etc. You're talking of a fairly longer drawn-out change. I therefore think patience is definitely more important with the bank. Also because you're impacting many more people, and more importantly, the strata that you're impacting can be very varied. So you could be impacting the lowest level of consumers in terms of their awareness, in terms of their ability. So you need to be very cautious from that perspective. True. So I think from that perspective, I would go with a little bit of conservativeness when I'm talking from a bank.
That's true.
So, so just
Yeah.
to respond to that question, I know you
In
have...
fact, I'm just about to frame my question to you, Kiran. Does the patience that he's talking about tire you out, when you're building products for banks? Or do you think that as a service provider, you should also be equally patient while doing it, not get frustrated that it's taking the time that it's taking?
So there's no doubts. So no doubts in a sense that as a service provider, or as a responsible service provider, and being in the industry which is regulator sensitive, we have to deliver some things which are completely compliant to the regulations. That's the primary, if you don't, that's the primary basis. So if you don't comply with the basis, there's no point of delivering anything to the client. So unless and until you're completely convinced that this meets the bank standards, this meets our own standards first, bank standards and the regulatory standards, we can't deliver those. But just the aspect that I want to differ from you in the question that you placed is that the era that we are in currently, for example, for our platform that Anirban was speaking about in the earlier session, almost 60% of the code that we write is generated from the system, right? So for us to deliver products to our clients we have the ability now to deliver at a much faster pace. So the way that we develop and understand the client's problem and to go back to them with a solution, the time lag in that is not as much as before. So that's the change that's happened now. Yeah.
That's interesting. But in the process of building out the product, how much of emphasis do you give for governance? How much of emphasis do you give to ensure that from the pilot phase to the implementation phase, there is no laxity or as far as the governance aspect is concerned?
So, see, as I explained, we act in a very regulated space. So it's primarily responsible on us to ensure that what we deliver to the client is completely compliant. And there are no loopholes because we in payments deal with the money that is moving from one party to another, one bank to another. Extremely sensitive in that fashion, right? So the platform that we have developed, Blaze platform, and the development cycle that we have in that is what we call is secure to the core, right?
Sure.
And what we say is security is there by design, not by at the end of it where you do an audit to figure out whether security is there. So security is there, checked at the time of the coder who does the coding itself. So it starts from there till the end. Till the time it's delivered, right? So the whole life cycle of the development today has changed, right? So it's not about you developing a big software and at the end of a year or 6 months you testing it out whether it works. You today develop in sprints. So every 15 days you develop something out, ship it out for testing, you test it out and then progress further to next sprint, right? So that itself ensures that the governance in the way that you develop is taken care and you deliver the right products to the client.
Perfect. You mentioned the word security and you re-emphasized it multiple times, and that was also the point former DG Mr. Gandhi was making today. How do you establish security? What are the key risks that you face in ensuring that security is established, and what are the challenges as well when in the process of ensuring that there is security in the process?
Yes. So I think one of the challenges is business, right? In terms of finally, while we say we are in the banking space, but everybody is in a business and everybody is in a hurry to deliver things out. There are some promises made to the regulators. Regulator is also pushing, and the bank's business teams have also made commitments to their customers. So that time pressure which is there, right? And vis-a-vis where you want to bank also wants to comply, right? So we work with banks who have extremely sensitive teams which manage the UAT and also security protocols. So we have to comply with them. But both these teams, including us and the bank's team, are always under stress, under pressure, delivering in the timelines of the regulation, aligning to the requirements of the clients and the business. So I think that's one challenge area which is there, which we are trying to address by bringing in automation of the coding aspect of it and the testing aspect of it. A lot of aspects of testing today is not written by the testing team, which erstwhile would have been done. It's all designed in the system for auto testing as such. So some aspects taken care, but still remains a challenge.
It is a concern. I'll toss the same question back to you. while doing what he said, how do you ensure that the operations at the back end of a bank is not sort of halted? We've seen in case of exchanges where that's been a bit of a challenge in the past. We had a recent instance just a couple of weeks back. So how do you ensure that operations remain smooth and doesn't slow down?
So I think one, it goes back to the whole process that you follow in terms of this development cycle. So I think one of the things that we always give importance in the bank is to making sure that the process is not breached at any point of time, whether it is in the initial stages of design or whether it is in terms of actually designing even the test cases. We always are cognizant of the fact that time versus delivery will be a trade-off, but we would prefer to be erring on the side of caution. So that's, I think, the first thing that we always do. Second, I think what is very important that in terms of your 3 lines of defense, your second line of defense is absolutely independent, and so is your third line of defense. So I think what you make sure is that irrespective of the business pressure, irrespective of what business wants to drive, you have to give all your operating units the freedom to say what they want to say. This comes in the form of various parts of governance. Again, I think over time we've matured, regulators have put in place various committees. In those committees, you have the ability for senior management of the bank to independently interact with the external directors. So all of that gives an opportunity to make sure that if there is something which is probably not right in the process, gets highlighted. So I think, again, as they say, process is very boring, but it's something which you have to stress every time, especially when you talk about it in a bank.
Kiran, I'll start on that. I'll take it forward with you on that. He said processes are boring. It is indeed boring. But what also happens in the real world is that when you start with a certain idea to developing it into an end product, there are certain pulls and push by banks or whichever institution you work with. What also happens in the background is that the relevance also sometimes changes. The ask also sometimes changes. Then how do you cope up with these changes and yet ensure that there is a balance in regulation, there is a balance in compliance, as well as there is a risk reward which is in your favor?
So it's we and bank are on the same side. So it's not about our favor and something working in our favor or the bank's favor, right? So in that sense, we do. The development cycle that goes into, and if we speak of the AI and the governance around it, right? So there is a lot of thought process that goes around what is the government governance process that has to be there, right? And also in terms of how do we build those governance frameworks? So if you don't follow those processes, the processes of course are boring, but boring things give great results a lot of times, right? So it's something might be very exciting, but the end result of those excitement always is not kind of exciting enough to kind of consume, right? So processes definitely will be boring, right? And the more the boring they are, it is ensured that what comes as outcome is great for the bank.
I'm not sure whether outside the room I'm going to hear the same thing. The narrative does invariably change, especially for fintechs. But having said that, I'd want you to emphasize a little more on how do you ensure that the risk reward of all the labor and all the exercise that you take thus far does result in a positive risk reward for you guys? How do you ensure that, despite doing the smaller things that banks are asking you to do, you make money out of the project still?
So risk and reward in that sense, see, the primary concept is here for us being in the regulated industry, the primary concept is it starts from the compliance and the security is given in hygiene. Okay, so that doesn't even count in your risk and reward framework. Now, risk and reward framework is whether those challenges that is thrown by the bank, how have we addressed those challenges, right? And the level of automation and the level of technology that you want to go to. So you can, again coming back to your earlier question in that sense, you can always debate and automate a lot of aspects of it, right? So it depends on you to what extent do you want to automate, in what aspects do you want to kind of inject AI or any other new technologies that comes into. So risk and reward is those discussions and those arguments that happen or debates that happen with the banks in terms of what is to be delivered against the timeline that they are asking for. I think that's where that stands.
Perfect. Murugan, how do you see the whole thing play out? And if I can also sort of ask you another question in relation to it, is AI just about cost optimization, or do we have to look at AI, provided the governance framework fits, as beyond just cost optimization? It is for the long term.
So I think I would just answer the second part first. I think definitely AI is not for cost optimization alone. It is just one outcome. It is the easiest and measurable outcome in the short run, which is why it gets some importance. But I think you have to make sure that what you're measuring still is what you would measure otherwise. I mean, if you're measuring your ROIs, your ROEs, you're measuring your error rates, you're measuring your downtimes, all of those you still continue to measure just like you would have done. Just because you're getting in AI, you just don't want to do a measurement which is short term. So I think that's the first thing that you do is consistent long-term measurement. Second, don't overemphasize on the cost savings angle.
Oh, that's interesting.
I would, I mean, again, I think it's sometimes easier to say this. Maybe when you have a larger revenue pool, you can say something like that. When you have a smaller base, those pressures become even higher. But for the larger players, again, because they have a larger impact on the ecosystem as well, I think it is much more important to make sure that you don't give pure cost optimization the importance that it gets. Because in terms of all your ratios, your returns, you would rather see how you can do better on the revenue side rather than just concentrate on the cost side. So I think that would be what I would always look at.
Do your clients also take this viewpoint, Kiran, that just cost saving alone is not the ROI of the ultimate exercise? It's also about ensuring that frauds are lower. It's also about ensuring that there's a faster TAT in the process and so on. How do you see the feedback from your global clients?
I would say, see, today AI is in a very, the understanding of AI also in the industry is in a very early stage, right? So the very first expectation today that the industry has is around the cost saving, right? But that's not the primary driver, even according to us, right? So from FSS point of view, what we have targeted for ourselves is to deliver AI or inject AI in the aspects where we can increase the productivity of the client by 30% at least, right? So when I say productivity, it might be increase of revenue or reduction of cost. Doesn't really, that's the two aspects of it. But if we focus on that and just speak about AI in those aspects, that is what we want to deliver to the client. So if we don't have visibility, and to Mr. Paranjpe's first point that also he made is primarily saying that if you want to get into AI world and inject AI into your systems, you need to be extremely clear that what is the final outcome, that what is the purpose with which. You can't just do it for the sake of doing just because it's a new technology coming
Absolutely.
in. Right? You need a purpose.
I just had a very simple example. I mean, in State Bank, you've got 23,000 branches. The biggest challenge is not so much whether you'll save a little bit of cost here and there, but how do you ensure consistent and good end delivery to your end clients, right? And that's why you'd rather want to use your AI than trying to optimize on the cost, because getting consistent and high quality delivery to your end customer is much more important. It will also give you longer term benefits in terms of your business. Versus if you just try to optimize costs, you're going to save something in the short run, but not really great achievement in the long run.
Perfect. What would be your, 2-3 very important things that people like FSS and other fintechs should bear in mind when they are building out the tools for banks and for financial services? Even NBFCs can now implement a lot of what they use, what they make. So what are your top of the mind 2-3 things if they have to sustain in the business and if they have to keep, getting repeat clients?
So I think the first thing which one is looking for is in terms of the robustness of the basic models and the documentation that you follow. So the fact that you're a fintech gives you a lot of nimbleness in terms of the way you operate, the way you hire, the way you have your people, the way you can incentivize, but that doesn't mean you cut short the process, right? So if I was looking at it from a bank's perspective, I would be equally stressing on how much is the documentation available, how much of testing happens, how much can I see into the way you are testing all of the AI models that you're developing. So it's not about shortening processes or whatever, it's about providing the nimbleness because you don't have the other constraints which a large bank may have, but still following the same process, the same robustness, the same controls. If you can demonstrate that, I think most banks will be very happy to take you as a partner who they can then trust and grow their business with.
That's interesting. Before I come to your ask from banks, Kiran, what I would like to understand from you is that as transactions, are exploding, they've exploded already 10x in the last 2-3 years. As transactions further explode, how do you see or how do you ensure that AI systems stay fast, nimble, and adapt to the nature of transactions?
Yeah, so one is when the bank engages into injecting AI into the processes, into the workflows, they have to bear in mind that don't do it only from the perspective of experimentation, right? You have to think much beyond it because it's a big thing that you're injecting into this, right? So that's one aspect of it. Second aspect of it is AI is just not about adding a layer or adding a patch to your existing system,
Absolutely.
right? It is about relooking at your complete workflow from your bottom to the top, right? And also relooking at the technology. So that's where what Anirban and Krishna spoke about in the earlier session makes a lot of sense. In terms of the underlying technology stack, the core technology stack is there, which is the one which manages data. So you can't build AI where your data is scattered. So you have to assimilate your data, the way that you store it, the way that you preserve it, the way that it transients, is everything has to be managed to be to answer one part of it, right? So if you don't have that in place, any number of AI coming in will be just one more thing done and not really kind of catering to your end customer in that sense.
Absolutely. Final round of word from both of you. I'll start with you, Kiran. What are the 2-3 things that you expect from your banks that you work with or your financial services partners as a support which will help you build better?
So one is of course reiterating the same point that we need to, in the AI world, if we need to be successful, we need to look at fundamentals or the core systems that the bank has. So that is one aspect of it. So it's not just one more system coming into the existing system which is there, right? The second aspect of it is in terms of injecting AI into your ecosystem, you need to be really clear that your work doesn't end by bringing in a vendor, right?
Yeah.
Your work really starts there, right? Not because an AI model which is created outside, it might be around 20% trained to handle and also trained on somebody else's data. Now it's your duty to be completely engaged. So in the earlier world of vendor hiring, or technology process taking, you would just take a piece of technology, integrate it with the system and run with it. AI is not that world. AI is where you have to be completely involved. It's like a kid whom you are training, you are feeding, and you are also telling him how the world works. So you need to kind of train this AI system, how your bank works, what the kind of data that you want to feed in, basis which it will be able to give you an intelligent output after a few years.
Mr. Pranjpe, we'll wrap it up with you. India is set to have, or rather RBI is set to have adopted a very liberal AI framework. Your thoughts on that? Do you agree with that notion? And we'll wrap it at that.
So again, I think I think I am in agreement with the way the Reserve Bank is approaching it, because I think fundamentally what they're saying is don't do anything different just because it's AI.
But are we ahead of the curve versus global countries on this?
Very difficult to predict whether we are ahead of the curve. But I think what I would do again is with newer technologies, some of them, rather err a little on the side of caution rather than being ahead of the curve. So that's really my take, but I'm sure.
Caution versus ahead of the curve. That's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this chat.
Thanks again.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amsini.
Thank you, Hamsini, Vishal, and Raman for this wonderful, insightful conversation. Now I would like to request Mr. Mrugan to please stay back on stage, and I would like to invite Anand Mitikari. Executive Vice President, Corporate Function at FSS, to please felicitate him. Kiran is the in-house man. All right, thank you so much. Up next, a session from a leader who is steering AI transformation across global payment ecosystems again. And as the head of Global AI Center of Excellence at FSS, he brings over 15 years of expertise in AI, digital, fraud, analytics, decision-making systems, and enterprise automation. And his team is building innovations that power risk management, personalization, and intelligent decisioning at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rishi Verma, Head Global AI Center for Excellence at FSS, who doesn't want me to read all the nice things that I have to say about him and wants to deep dive straight away.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mugdha, for such a wonderful introduction. Good evening, everyone. I would like to extend my warm welcome to each one of you. It's great to be here at Simply Payments. And today we are discussing how AI is not just enhancing, but transforming the entire payments value chain. And before we deep dive how FSS is transforming and contributing to this entire payments value chain, let's look at what leaders in the industry have to speak about in terms of the challenges in adoption of AI. Along with the the problem statements the leader has stated, there are certain data-led studies which has been done by Forrester, Gartner, and McKinsey, which talks about that AI as a technology is not a challenge, but assurance is. And most of the challenge arises in terms of governance, the adaptability and the explainability of the AI systems. The other critical barrier is about the on-premise setup of the AI system and the data residency. There are certain leaders who have also emphasized on the similar kind of challenges, and regulators have explicitly mentioned about the concentration risk, where a small set of large tech players are ruling this area, and a small issue results into a cascading effect. And let's see how FSS has answered to all these barriers. And sometime while my colleague Anirban, he explained about FSS Blaze and the various layers of FSS Blaze, right from execution to data and intelligence. And intelligence layer is the Cosmos layer that I'll be deep diving into. And before I deep dive, I'd like to give you a glimpse of the platform.
The world is embracing AI fast, but tension is rising. Data stays scattered. Models grow without oversight. Regulations tighten, and uncertainty remains. Cosmos AI powered by FSS Blaze brings clarity. It unifies fragmented data into one organized fabric where sources connect. Anomalies stand out, and actions are traceable. Models move from build to deployment with control across ML, DL, and Gen AI labs. It fits cloud, GPU, or on-prem without disruption. With ISO 42001 at its core, responsible AI becomes real. Cosmos AI, powered by FSS Blaze. Confidence returns to intelligent banking.
Great. So if you see the entire, the spectrum of AI management system, even in FSS Blaze Cosmos, we have 5 important components. It starts with the core engine, which has a data integration layer, which can integrate with any of your data platforms or the data lakes or a data warehouse that you have in your respective organization. Since it is completely integrated with Blaze Studio and the Blaze execution and the data layer, it can integrate, it is directly embedded and integrated with our Blaze platform. The data integration layer supports around 450 different types of connections, and data quality and data privacy comes by default. It has a capability of identifying the PII and the SPDII data elements within your data sources, and it can encrypt and decrypt the data at rest and in motion. We have feature store, that is a complete CI/CD pipeline has been built in order to automate the entire features, and then you can classify these data elements into various categories like universal feature store, product specific feature store, your ML feature store, and the customer genomics. It can be a customer genomics or a merchant genomics, depending upon the use case you're trying to solve. The other core component is the ML engine, and the feature store directly supports the ML in the dual engine. It comes with the capability of building an auto ML machine learning models, or you can build the machine learning models from scratch. It comes by default the pre-configured CI/CD pipelines in order to build, validate, and explain the models, ensuring that model no longer remains a black box. You can also proactively monitor your model performance and identify whether there is a data drift or a concept drift. The third core component is our agentic AI engine, where you have a functionality of building various agents, your own knowledge base. You can create your own RAG system. And again, it is supported by the AI ops in terms of maintaining your LLMs or SLMs or SCMs that you build. When I say SLM or SCM, it's the small language models or a small contextual models, ensuring that your agents operate in a certain parameter or a boundary. The fourth important component is the smart orchestration. Because when you build your agents, you can categorize those agents into various categories, say vertical agents, horizontal agents, or healing agents, or some standalone machine learning models. But how to orchestrate these models? For doing so, you need a smart orchestrator. It comes with a functionality of integrated MCP server and an A2A protocol for your agent peer-to-peer communication. The fifth core component is a deep observability layer, where the entire logs across the microservices is stored, and it is supported by a reporting framework where various kinds of reports like data privacy reports, explainability reports, eval reports, privacy reports, vulnerability reports can be generated by default. And this entire reporting framework, or the reports that we have designed, is backed with our global frameworks that we comply with, right from EU AI Act to RBI Free AI, then SDAIA, then UNESCO and OECD. Now these are certain global compliances that we comply with, along with ISO 42001 certifications that we have cleared, and ISO 27701 from a data privacy and 27001 from a data security perspective. This entire platform is supported by our trust center, because it becomes very difficult when you comply to so many regulations, how to monitor these updates that keep coming in these regulations, and you keep yourselves updated to it, right? So for that, we have created our own trust center where we manage this, and let me give you a glimpse of our trust center.
While AI is accelerating, trust cannot fall behind. Cosmos AI Trust Center brings total visibility. Decisions explained, data protected, risks tracked, governance built in, privacy enforced, security continuous, audits and compliance all in one transparent space. This is accountable intelligence. This is the Cosmos AI Trust Center.
So across our platform, products and agents, all the best practices that we follow, all the developers checklists that we have created, right from the checklist around the certain core principles, that is security by design, trust by design, privacy by design, and compliance by design. All those checklists are available in our trust center. We have also made available an ethical AI playbook for the ready reference for your InfoSec and AppSec team. We are leading the way with the global AI ethics and the compliances, and we have our guiding principle called Fair Spot. And as I stated, that we are ISO 42001 certified, and it's a proud moment for us, and because we are the first payments company in India, MENA region, and South Africa to be ISO 42001 certified. Our entire AI policy internally at FSS is driven by Fair Spot. That is fairness and non-biasness, accountability, inclusivity, responsibility, your security, privacy, observability, and training and democratization. Now, if you see, right from our Cosmos AI platform to our Trust Center and Fair Spot as our guiding principles, we have all wherewithal to support you in your transformation journey. And not just with the help of AI as a technology, but giving you that assurance that you are in the safe hands. Now, before I showcase you how we can help you in this transformation journey, let's look at what the BFSI leaders in the industry are envisioning about AI adoption. If you see, the various leaders, what they have stated about the AI adoption is most of them has emphasized about productivity enhancement. Few of them have spoken about how to derive intelligence out of the data. Because once you have a strong data foundation, from there you can basically derive the intelligence and then probably act upon it in a smarter way. The critical, the vision of Mr. Vaidyanathan, he has mentioned about how AI can process things faster, where the things that was earlier done in days can be done within seconds. Mr. Rajagopalan has actually, he has hit the heart of the matter, where he's talking about how AI can be infused in the product to make product more smarter, and it can be made more, AI native. So, sorry, yeah. So if you see, each one of you might be, also chasing similar kind of a vision in terms of, adoption of AI. So how FSS can help you in, riding this ladder of, setting up your right foundation up to the transformation? We have all the key enablers in place where we can handhold you, take you, do an AI assessment for you, in order to figure out what could be the payment use case that you can target in order to convert it into a agentic journey, right? So we can start up with the data foundation, setting up the data foundation, and then building the models upon it. Of course, with a strong with a strong governance lens, that is fair spot lens. And then finally, once you create a standalone models or agents, that's again that will definitely deliver a value for you. But it is important that you further take it to a next level of transformation and you make your journey more agentic. And that's where you will be able to realize the maximum value. And that's our transformation layer. Once we take you through foundation and execution layer, finally we will land into a transformation layer backed with all the the key enablers. And that's how we'll probably handhold you to take you through this journey. If you see the various the leaders that I just showcased, they talked about productivity enhancement, right? On a similar line, FSS has also worked upon enabling our internal workforce, making them smarter, faster, and reliable. And we have created our own set of agents internally to support our entire business units. With the modeling sets of agents that we have created, that is Quill for the generic usage, where we are supporting each business unit. It's a you can say it's a FSS ChatGPT. But by building this, we have got rid of any kind of a compliance risk. Our entire data is resident internally. Currently, my entire developers are using Modeling Forge for code generation, for architecting, for debugging, for technical assistance. And Pluto is my HR AI. That's again, in order to be closer to your entire workforce, HR, along with AI COE, has come up with this initiative of building Pluto as an agent that is installed, and it works along with the resources on a daily basis in order to capture their sentiments, answer their policy questions. So with these sets of agents, we are basically empowering our entire workforce. Coming on to the the third P, where if you see one of the visionary also spoke about infusing AI into the product, right? And I'll give you one example where we have picked up a chargeback solution and how we have infused AI into the chargeback and made the entire automated system into an agentic system. So let me give you a quick glimpse of it, and then we'll deep dive into the the various components that we have developed in order to convert this entire system into an agentic system.
Disputes rise, chargebacks hit, and the old world slows down. Then intelligence takes over. Cosmos AI turns the entire life cycle into an autonomous flow. Agents read emails, detect intent, chase missing proofs, extract documents, validate data, and trigger decisions in a seamless chain. Issuing or acquiring, every step becomes connected, transparent, and precise. One platform, one intelligent engine, end-to-end control. This is the future of dispute and chargeback management, powered by Cosmos AI.
So if you see, okay, so when I say we have infused AI into the entire chargeback, and when I say that it's a legacy product, it was not completely legacy. It's not a very traditional product where nothing is automated. It was an automated product, but there's a difference between an automated product and an agentic product. An automated product, an automation can be, fetching the data via API. That's also an automation. But how exactly the system talks to the other system, where your various applications like CRM, your core banking system are talking to each other. The decisions which are, for example, the cases that are getting created on the CRM, that is automatically getting created without manual validation, right? And it is only landing into a human in the loop where agents are not confident. Now, similar kind of a scenario we tried to cater as part of our transformation and infusing AI into our chargeback. Now, each of these, the life cycle, if you see in case of the chargeback here, it is a broken path at every level with a human, human in the loop, or human has to validate and then action. But then if you see the chargeback 2.0, which is more AI augmented product, every decision or every action is being taken by the agents, and there is an agent peer-to-peer communication. And where the agent is not confident, it is landing into a human in the loop, which we call it as HITL. And how we have achieved it? We have achieved it using all these enablers that we just, previously showcased. These are the enablers right from our workflow orchestrator to agentic AI system to our core engine. And we are leveraging AI to build AI, that is Merlin Forge. So that's our agent, which is also powering our Blaze Studio for code generation. So with this, the three critical messages that I want to give it to you is like FSS is powering AI-led growth by infusing intelligence across the entire payments journey. And there are two critical pillars to it. That is around efficiency and the trust, where we are delivering breakthrough efficiency with the agentic automation, and which is transforming the high volume operation into fast and accurate and the cost-effective solution. And if you look at the trust, where we are building the resilient and the regulator-ready enterprise through the trusted, transparent, and explainable AI embedded into our product. And when we actually say that FSS is embedding AI in the entire payments value chain, it's not just a tagline, it's our operating model. With Cosmos Blaze AI as an AI foundation, our trust center as our guardrail, and your agentic AI as the next frontier. And the way we are developing the agents, I feel, probably the next presentation, you will see my agents delivering this presentation on my behalf. And with this, I would like to thank you all for being such a patient listener. And if you have any specific question, please feel free to ask. You will be able to experience our chargeback AI and AI product outside in our experience zone. So, post this session, whenever you get time, please feel free to visit our experience zone to experience our platform and the product.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you so much. We now move on to the flagship panel of the evening, a deep dive into regulatory expectations and AI frameworks in payments. Moderated once again by Hamsini Karthik, this discussion will bring together an exceptional panel. Put your hands together for Indranil Pandit, Chief Digital Officer, Federal Bank, a leader at the forefront of digital banking transformation. Vipin Surelia, Vice President and Head Risk Services, India and South Asia, Visa. And may I invite Rishi Verma once again to join us on stage. Over to you.
Thank you. And I'll start with you, Vipin. Visa is probably no stranger to the whole world. You operate at scale everywhere. What are the 2-3 important learnings that you took on AI front to India that you're implementing and it's working very well back home?
Thank you. Good evening and delighted to be here. Thank you, FSS, for organizing this. And I really love Simply Payments. And that is we all collectively do. And everyone in this room, I believe, has got only two roles to play. Whenever a consumer wants to do a transaction, she should be able to do it, and no one else should be able to use her credential to do that transaction. So that's the role that all of us play. Visa, and thank you for highlighting, we have not been stranger to AI. In fact, it has been integral part of what we have been doing for last 3 decades. In fact, we proud ourselves for being the pioneers in introducing technology, AI technology, given the fact that the technology itself has evolved through a lot of phases. I'm talking about predictive technology, predictive AI, to fight frauds. Sir is a user of what we call AI-based solution, VAA, VRM. VAA is a real-time score we send to every client before the transaction happens, basis which they can take a call to either approve or decline the transaction. There is a rules manager, and the products keep evolving. What we have learned is that, and we are betting big on AI, and the only way to adopt any technology is to embrace it. Given the fact that the status of AI today is it's the most complex and disruptive technology. That's on one side, and the other side, it has got the simplest human interface, simplest UI, which is your natural language. You can talk to it in English, give a prompt in Flemish, or whatever you want to do. The learning has been how do you make users adopt? So you simplify, and that's what your theme as well is. It resonates with what you are trying to do. Second, please remember that fraudsters also have a family to feed, so they'll also try to use the same technology like good people will try to use. So that's one risk that we have seen. Second, we have also seen is that we should be able to explain why some algorithm, why some piece of software has taken some decision. So that explainability is what we have seen. That is what our clients, that is what our consumers, that is what our partners also come and demand from us. Third and key learning is true things. In fact, and we talk in terms of responsible innovation. So we have seen that whenever we adopt any technology responsibly, including AI, it grows, scales, and users adopt it. And second, it's most important to win the trust of the consumer who's adopting new technology.
Absolutely. So from one service provider, I'll go to another. When you design an AI system that remains compliant, explainable, and auditable across global markets, what are the different elements that go into it, and how do you ensure that it stands the test of time across different regulatory terrains?
Sure. Thanks for asking this question, Amshini. Actually, see, when we design at FSS, when we were designing our own artificial intelligence management system, we actually we got ourselves compliant to various global norms. And if you see at every jurisdiction, you will find some of the other, they have come up with now the AI regulations, right from our RBI, RBI Free AI to Europe, EU AI Act, then the SDAIA for your Saudi Arabia, and then similarly for UAE. UAE has its own AI ethics laws. So what we did is, we decided to look at each of these global compliances and create and derive the essence out of it. And that's our, fair spot principle. So if you look at each of these, the AI frameworks that they're talking about, right? The principles that they're talking about. It's all about fairness, non-biasness,
Absolutely.
accountability, inclusivity. But in addition to that, if you see, UNESCO and OECD has explicitly talked about training and democratization.
Sure.
Right? So we have combined these global norms along with what our the certification norms are saying, like ISO 42001. It's not just one certification, but rather it's a combination of AI risk assessment and impact assessment. That's ISO 42005 and ISO 23894. So while designing our entire AIMS, we took everything in consideration. We created our own principle. That's a proprietary principle, Fair Spot. We have kept it at the center of the stage while we were designing, and it started on day one.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's an afterthought, then you can never be compliant by design.
That's true. Mm.
So when I say the design principles of security by design, trust by design, privacy by design, and compliant by design, it's all derived from all these global principles. And while we were designing our AIMS, we also ensured that, deep observability should be in place.
Mm-hmm.
And with that deep observability, it's a terminology, but what exactly is deep observability? It's about, capturing the every logs that you get generated at every microservices level, right?
Sure.
And that is where we centralized it, and we ensured that, once you're building a machine learning model, right, you can generate these reports on the fly, right from your privacy reports, your compliance report, your explainability report, so that, machine learning model or agents can no longer be a black box, right? So with all these, considerations in place, we managed to design our AIMS, and I think this should be the way, if anyone is planning to, cater to such kind of global compliances and design the AIMS, they should start on day one.
That's so true.
Yeah,
I'll come to you, Indranil, now. They are service providers. Ultimately, their services are consumed through you, and Federal is a very digitally advanced bank. When you talk about AI implementation and all that, from a compliance perspective, what is your one biggest expectation from both of them to ensure that in the process of you meeting the final consumer, there is no glitch, nobody is going to come back to you and say, oh, this could have been done better?
Thanks. I think in the spirit of simplification, we always try to do something. And whenever we do something, we ask ourselves the mom question, If tomorrow this comes on the front page of the newspaper and my mom asks me, why did you do this? Will I be able to explain this?
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
It's as simple as that.
Sure.
So, and then all the technical answers flow from that once the spirit is there. So to answer your question, I think when you say the customer as a regulated entity and as a fiduciary of their money as well as their information, I think we play a outsizedly important role. Of course, Visa does and FSS does as well.
Yeah.
Visa actually also, is literally our partner in crime because they handle the same data that we do to an extent.
Agree.
But when you talk about AI is, all of us have to remember that AI is a very old animal. It's been around from the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Generative AI, which most of us tend to confuse with AI, is 3 years old. It completed 3 years this month.
True.
It is a very, very new animal. Whatever people might say, it's a largely unknown animal. And I think you used a very important word, black box.
Yeah.
I worked on neural networks since the time I was doing my engineering internship. And the basic architecture is still the same. They still run on deep neural networks. And the whole concept of a deep neural network runs on, if you know the concept of y is equal to fx. And in a normal mathematical or a deterministic system, you define fx, what is the function, and feed x and then the system generates y. In an artificial neural network, you work the other way around. You show it an x, you show it an y, and then you say you infer what fx is. Why I'm saying this in so much painful detail is because you don't know what the system is inferring. And hence, what becomes important, again, he used all the important words, and I think I'm going to shamelessly again borrow from the free AI report. Explainability, observability, the customer needs to know what his data or her data is being used for.
Yes.
The regulator has to and will ask and has a right to ask, how did you come to this decision?
Yes.
For which obviously there are a lot of frameworks like Lime and SHAP and all of those, which basically enable you to say on a point in time, how did this decision happen?
Yes. In fact, I was going to come to you next on that. And if anything in the process goes wrong, RBI unfortunately doesn't go to the service provider first. RBI comes to the bank first.
Absolutely.
It asks you why you made the mistake. And as you mentioned rightly, two key words for RBI while framing the free AI framework were explainability and transferability, and that you're fully accountable to the customer with the data. So when these are the expectations from a bank, then how do you ensure that you meet these expectations right from day one of implementation from an AI perspective?
So again, that has been, and I mean, I must congratulate the RBI because they have come out with a framework which, without being unduly prescriptive, is risk-tiered and kind of focuses on giving guidance and relying on kind of you doing the right thing rather than making it overly prescriptive, which doesn't work in a field which is as fast evolving as this, because by the time you try to implement those prescriptions, they'll already be outdated.
Absolutely.
Right?
In fact, one of the times when I met Saurabh Tripathi of BCG, he said that possibly the framework that we have in India is the most open framework because it allows banks to make those mistakes, but also be very cognizant of the fact that, hey, I've made this mistake and I'm willing to correct it.
Exactly. And that's where they've used a very important phrase in the free AI report, right? Innovate without it's not, I don't remember the exact word, but innovation over restraint. So
Restraint, yes.
Make mistakes, but don't make mistakes again and again, and make mistakes responsibility, but don't kill innovation.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So, I think, so I think it's important because you have to be, again, there's another animal which has just come to life, which is DPDP.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and banking transactions, funnily enough, I think, to state the obvious, banking is not about money, it's about information. Money actually doesn't go anywhere.
Yes.
And especially with digital banking, money literally doesn't go anywhere. It's just information which flows.
I agree with you.
And hence the responsibility on banks becomes even more, I won't say onerous, but very, very large, because the data is something that we are custodians of. There are a lot of bad actors out there. AI works for them as well as it for us, right? And for every use case that we come up with, they have 10 use cases which also they have to fool us. So we are trying to figure it out.
It's an ongoing battle. Yeah. It is. I'll come to you next, Vipin. How is AI transforming the real-time risk scoring, and how do you think banks can work around it better, and the learnings for fintechs in the whole process?
I think to the credit of people in this room, all of you have been doing a great job. Go back 9 years and you'll see that the digital infrastructure did not exist in this country at the scale it does today.
True.
And what a phenomenal job. Each one of you deserves a clap for growing that digital infrastructure. I think you have been investing in technology a lot. That investment will continue to be required. In fact, you have made all of us so greedy. If for 4 or 5 minutes the service is down, we are all over Instagram.
The world crashes around us.
Yes. Yeah. So from the time I grew up, not 100 years ago, but last century, and we were happy when our parents used to take us to bank, and now bank is in our pocket, 24/7 365. That's the landscape which is there. But it also places on each
You know
one.
what has also happened along with this? I have a 7-year-old son, right? I can't fool him any longer that, I'm not carrying a wallet, I can't buy you. Including my password, the kid knows everything. So he doesn't expect me to carry a bag or a purse or anything. And I think that's what people like FSS and you have done. For the generation that is currently growing and the one to come, you've made banks irrelevant, or rather the interface of banks quite irrelevant.
No, actually not. They are, in fact, our trust managers. So I treat...
Irrelevant in the sense as an interface.
So
Let me rephrase
mobile
it.
phone is my bank.
Is my bank,
But
yeah.
I know I can trust my mobile phone because I trust the bank I bank with.
Yes.
I also trust him that anytime I want, I can rely on him.
Credible help. Yeah.
So that's the other trust that all of you have created. Coming back to the point you were making on AI, I think this story has just started. And the biggest proof of pudding in anything we do is we have to bring all users along in any journey. It's not that we leave out some people, and the millennials and the Gen Zs are the ones we feel who have adopted. But there are global reports which say, and you'll not believe it, baby boomers. And baby boomers are people born before 64. So 45% of them today are AI users. So that's how you have adopted. So the approach that we have, and I think most of the banks have taken, is how to upskill the staff. Nobody is left behind. We are talking about productivity tools. We are talking about a situation where if for a day, say, Kiran is absent, do I have a digital tool? Or I have an agent which can do a job. All of us are also mindful, as Indranil pointed out, you pointed out, these are technologies which are evolving. So there is always scope for humans being in the chain. And as I mentioned, I am pretty ancient, so I grew up at a time and entered the workforce when computerization of banks was happening.
Yes.
And there was this morbid fear of we'll all be replaced. But the industry which has grown the most is
banking,
software, IT, etc. May I really wish that we look at AI that way. Just two comments. One, you said that RBI goes to the bank first and not the service provider. RBI is very thorough. They go to the service provider as well. So,
I'll stand corrected on that.
So that is one feedback, and they do a very good due diligence on reaching out, cross-checking.
Yes.
And second, on the free AI report which RBI has come out, they have beautifully come out with two objectives. Both Rishi and Indranil sir mentioned all the sutras, the 6 sutras, but they have clearly called out two objectives: innovation and risk management. So they are looking at AI which is going to not just secure, and regulators, we believe, tend to look at controlling, putting restrictions, but they have very beautifully called out that innovation is a key objective of what is the framework they have evolved.
When we layer the free AI framework against DPDPA, which Indranil pointed out too, do you believe that from a regulatory standpoint, from a regulatory expectation standpoint, India should prioritize a little more? And what, in your opinion, are the foundational themes that the regulator should look at from an AI infrastructure perspective?
That's for me, for Rishi?
For you.
That's a tough one. See, as the first and foremost is the appreciation and understanding that the technology is still evolving. So any regulation that comes out have to keep in mind that it has to be adaptive, it has to be flexible, it should permit multiple use cases. And again, going back to the learnings that RBI has given to the industry, they have come out with this sandbox approach. So sandboxes help. And in the report itself, they have proposed innovations sandbox, so where we can test and learn. So I think they are encouraging us to fail early, try on smaller scales, discover. So I think it's the learn, detect, audit, and update framework which they have come out with. That's one theme. Secondly, because most of us are traveling, most of us do cross-border overseas transaction, and Rishi called out there are multiple jurisdictions which are coming out with their own principles, frameworks, guidelines. In fact, we also have 5 principles, 5 AI principles. So both in private and public sector space, there is, and regulatory and government space, there is a lot of work happening. So there is an opportunity to globally look at how we can harmonize these standards, because it really helps in scaling up. It really gives clarity to everybody not just within the boundaries of a state or a bank, but across the global framework.
Perfect. I'll extend that question to you, Rishi, with a little bit of a modification. As Sundarleen mentioned, AI is ancient to us, but it's what we have to really think about is agentic AI. And what it has also done is that it's made the interface more conversational and automated, right? So in this background, how do you think, or what are your unique governance-related challenges that emerge? And at FSS, how do you address them?
Sure. So, with the interface, getting agentic, it comes with its own risks. I can think of 3 or rather 4 critical risks, right from your intent ambiguity to the to the user risk or the automation action risk, and also the hallucination risk. So these are the 4 major risks that I can think about. How to tackle to all these 4 risks is, it cannot be tackled with one single layer. So how we handled it is we tried to create 4 different governance layers. It started up with the policy layer. So, laying out, looking at the various policies that has been laid down by RBI, looking at, the PCI DSS kind of regulatory norms, and creating a very stringent and, compliant frameworks in order to ensure that my AI agents the content filtering or the rules that I am creating behind, in order to control my agents, in order to cater to these regulatory norms. That was one of the, challenges that we faced, but we made it happen because none of the guardrails, by default applies these policy governance layer, right? So you have to have those custom rules created or content filtering that you might have to do in order to cater to this policy governance layer. The second was the second layer is around guardrails, right? So there are various guardrail layer, the various open frameworks that are currently existing in the industry, right? Responsible AI, guardrails, ensuring that, none of the PII information gets passed, or looking at the toxicity, profanity, right? And various kind of, content filtering that comes by default as part of these open frameworks of guardrails. The third layer was the agent boundary layer. And that is where I say that, at FSS, we don't use LLMs, we don't leverage SLMs, we leverage SCMs. That's small contextual models, which operates under a certain perimeter. And my agent will not perform any other activity which it is not supposed to do, right? So even if, there is some kind of an, intent ambiguity and someone is trying to dodge my agent, it will say, no, I'm not supposed to do this action for you. Right? And it also helps when you are creating an agentic pipeline where your agents are communicating with each other, right? So it's an autonomous flow. Though you have the human in the loop to cater to that, if your agents are not that confident, your human can validate and process it. But even placing HITL in the loop is also a governance layer.
Absolutely.
Right? So when we say that we are replacing humans, but we are not replacing humans. We are enabling human to take a smarter decision, right? And that's the critical thing that we bring in as part of our agent parameter layer. The fourth one is the audit layer, right?
Sure.
Where, as I said, that whatever we build with one thing in our mind, that it has to have a deep observability, right? So we capture logs at every agent level, and we trace and we audit every action of the agent, so that tomorrow if any financial organizations are, adopting our agents, they will be confident enough to look at all the reports that gets generated by default, whether it's a compliance report of the agents or the privacy reports,
Absolutely.
like whether there is any PII information getting passed inside the agents. So such kind of reports gets generated by default. So this is how we are catering to these 4 risks that I stated earlier.
Sure, sure. I'll come to you, Indranil, because what's also expected to happen as Gen AI and agentic AI further entrenches into the payment system is that there is a possibility of more unsupervised transactions or more unsupervised conversations that the payment system may have with the customers. So in that sort of a situation, how do you ensure that there are governance checkpoints well established to ensure that AI, when it starts interacting with users or on behalf of users, it doesn't creep into zones that it should ideally not venture?
Good question. I think agentic, if I said earlier that generative AI is a new animal, agentic AI is an even newer animal.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And it's a little more scary because it's almost like giving a power of attorney to somebody and saying, go do what you like.
Yes. It is science fiction.
It is. I mean, if I would have described agentic to you 2 years ago, you wouldn't have believed me, right? I wouldn't have, because I didn't know it was going to come.
Sure.
Sum and substance is, again, in simple English, we call it artificial intelligence, but it's actually quite stupid. It cannot replace human intelligence. It's a word. What do you do then? You basically lay the guardrails very, very tightly. You have to tell the agent and you have various mechanisms. Your policy has a code and etc. I won't go into the technicalities of that. There have to be guardrails at both levels. At the system level, saying if somebody asks you for PII, the agent should not do it. Or if somebody tries to initiate a transaction above X threshold amount, compulsorily go and do a biometric authentication.
Okay.
Things like that, rules basically. So these are guardrails that have to be enforced. At the same time, the user also should be able to enforce guardrails, saying, using my credentials, do a balance check but not a credit card payment. Right? So the controls have to be, very simply put, the answer to your question is, you have to build in those controls at a very fundamental system level. I think Rishi mentioned somewhere that you have to build compliance from ab initio. You cannot build it as a layer on top of the system, and hence I use the word policy as a code. It has to be interwoven into the system, saying if somebody, because it's really easy to hack an agent, right? There was an incident very recently where somebody passed a text file to an agent where the text was masked because it was written in number 1 font in white text and told it to do something, and the agent went back into the system, retrieved the data and sent it back to the hacker. So it's not that difficult. Of course, systems will evolve, they will also mature. But I think it has to be made explicitly clear, saying if somebody and that is where the human comes in, right? The whole skill set of a human comes in programming the system, saying don't do this or do this.
Sure. I'll come to you next, Vipin. He spoke about detection and things like that. With AI actually powering fraud detection to a large extent and also able to sense where fraud creation is possibly happening, what are the new threat patterns at Visa that you were observing, or where do you want to call out that these are aspects where one will have to be careful when you're working with banks or any financial payments interface?
So I'll just take a step back, and any payments will have 4 components. It's about data, it's about technology, it's about rules or governance as we call it, and it's about people. And our experience has been, and I'm sure my other 2 partners in crime will also agree, all of us can throw enough money, all of us can look at data, and with all the technology we have now, start predicting, generating, allowing agents to act on our behalf. Like Indranil mentioned, credit card payment should not be done without human in the loop. Our experience has been, basis the fraud that you report, it's the human who is most vulnerable. And given that social engineering scams still continue in spite of best technologies, chip card, etc., only shows that we trust people we don't know. So looks like we don't trust people we know, but we trust people we don't know. We are able to share things with them. The other thing that we are seeing is the cyber is a big, big risk which is emerging, and that's because everybody is going digital, everybody is online. So we are finding that cyber risk, and it's not kids or it's not groups. We are also seeing nation states being involved in cyber highs.
Yes.
So that's the
Yes.
second risk that we are seeing. Third risk that we are seeing, and again goes back to human, the faster we try to implement things, please remember we have to take everybody along in that journey. On some of the newer rails, and it's not just India, globally also, we have seen wherever there are newer rails and people are not educated, they become victims of first-time fraud. And it's essential that we continue to make them literate. So these are the three key risks I would like to share with you.
A lot of what you said is actually what Money Heist and Now You See Me, various franchisees are built on, Netflix and movies that we all grew up with. But we have to wrap this, and I'll toss a question to each of you on the panel. Your final word on this. What exactly, according to you, Rishi, that an AI center of excellence inside a financial organization should do just beyond building models in terms of ensuring that the AI is safe, compliant, and ready for a real world usage?
Sure. So, see, AI COE inside any of the financial institutions cannot be considered as a model building factory. Right? A team who is sitting at a one corner and just building models, but rather AI COE has to work in a multiple dimensions. It has to start with, setting up with a strong foundation, built on a data foundation, but a strong foundation to build your AI systems, and set up the entire, governance framework in place. Derived out from all these global compliances, global frameworks. You have to lay down your AI policy that gets democratized across the organization. AI COE has to also basically enable the business users, or rather various departments and the various functional units to also adopt AI, because they are the best judge of the various use cases that they can, target and automate or say make those user journeys more intelligent, right? And they are the ultimate decision makers, not the AI COE, right? So the fundamental job of AI COE is to make them aware, enable them, set the guidelines for them, and yeah, I mean, these are certain important things that an AI COE should do. It should not be a single team sitting at one corner and just building models. Yeah.
Cool. Vipin, seems like you'll have Vipin and Indranil will have more than a minute to share your final thoughts. But in ensuring, Vipin, that AI-led innovation improves user experiences without creating trust or compliance-related gaps, what in your mind are the 2-3 very important or key ingredients that one must sort of build into to ensure that trust is retained and compliance is also kept intact?
So I'll go back to what Rishi said, include all these components early in the development creation life cycle. That's one. Second is please embrace, and we grow by embracing any disruption. The more we resist, we either fall out, and every situation creates its own set of users and winners. We can all take a call where we want to be. Last but not the least, it's AI right now is like a child, and as our parent have grown up, we can grow it up either responsibly and make sure that there are millions of users who's, it's so ambient, that technology is so ambient, it's everywhere. It can make our life rich, simple, and more meaningful.
Perfect. And Indranil, your final thoughts before we take a couple of questions from audience. How can regulatory clarity accelerate the next wave of AI-led payment innovation in your perspective?
So the regulator, I think, as I said earlier, has already been doing an amazing job. I think maybe and we'll probably see some of that as we go along, hopefully. I think it would help. Sandboxes is something I think Rishi spoke about, is something that would really help for fintechs and banks to try out their hands in a safe environment and get the regulators' feedback. Secondly, I think harmonized standards on things like models, model testing, data governance, because right now, again, an LLM, like we discussed earlier, is a black box. Nobody knows what happens to, or it's very difficult to trace what happens to a data once it goes into a black box.
Yes.
Right now, everybody's just relying on the model providers or the cloud providers' assurance saying we don't train your model, train our model. Yeah, but you can always, there are ways of, not in all situations, but there is a fear that you can infer data by sending it the right prompts. How do we actually set in place adequate, acceptable thresholds and mechanisms to ensure that we don't fall afoul of anything? I think if we see some kind of guidance on that, that will be helpful, I think.
Perfect. We do have time to take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If there's anyone with a question, please raise your hand. We could take your question. Okay, maybe that's also, okay, we have a gentleman there.
Hi, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Myself, Mohan Narenkar from...
Would you like to stand up
Yeah,
so that
no
all
problem.
of us can see you better, please?
Nice to hear the discussion among the all 4 of us. That is beautiful. You know that I understand that the generative AI is there, agentic AI is also there, creating model is also there, pattern is also there, then again creating platform also is said, the governance platform and other stuff. Okay. And even that the data governance is also there, data manipulation, other stuff. It's a part of AI in generation. Considering these, considering the future, these AI and the ML, considering the financial sector and the banking sector, does this generative AI and the agentic AI will fulfill the data governance and the data modernization? Will it create the platform which will, as of now it is running with LLM and other stuff, creating model, creating prediction and other stuff, everything is fine. What else if we want to do something which is, which is called as the complete end-to-end automations?
Would you want to direct your question to any particular speaker?
It can go with this last gentleman. Other than this, you said that, you created the lot of things you created platform on the generative AI, analytic AI, then governance body also. That is beautiful to hear from your side. So what else is the features?
Sure. I'll take this question.
Yeah.
So thanks for asking. AI has multiple elements, right? It starts with your machine learning, human simulated intelligence. It has NLP, and then finally generative AI, right? The LLMs and the SLMs that you talk, that we generally hear and we speak about, these all forms a part of your advanced NLP, and it has now moved to a generative AI kind of a scenario, right? The next stage is the agentic AI, and that exactly what I explained during my presentation. I also spoke about it. The various governance layer that we spoke, it comes into picture when you have various set of agents talking to each other. And that's the future. Because today also, or rather around 7, 8 years, 10 years back, you were still creating a machine learning models, right? If you go and speak to any financial institutions, they have a centralized data team or analytics team building n number of models catering to various products, right? But if you have to automate any journey specific to some problem statements, there you need to have contextual models, right, derived out of probably some LLM or SLMs, which is speaking to each other. So these agents are speaking to each other. So I gave you one example of chargeback AI, right? Now in chargeback AI, if you see, We have multiple agents, like right from your name entity recognition to your intent recognition. Then there is an OCR agent, right? Now these agents are communicating with each other. And with a human in the loop, right? So wherever the agent is not confident, it will go for a human validation. So if you see such kind of evolution is happening, it's important that you figure out what's the user journey that you want to automate it completely. Otherwise, still your single agent can do a job for you. If it's just a conversational agent, you can create one agent which will just cater to your certain queries, probably backed with your knowledge base. But if you want to make it more agentic, if you want your probably one agent to cater to your developers, not in the area of just coding, but also architecting, also orchestrating, right? So these are 3 different jobs that an agent needs to do. And that's the future of AI, and that is where we are heading towards.
Perfect. I think we should wrap with that. Thank you so much. You might want to take it with Rishi offline, please. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Himanshi. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's have a quick picture. Absini. Could you please come a little forward? That's good. Rishi, may I ask you to do a few honors? We need the guests to be felicitated. Gentlemen, can I please request you to stay back? Gentlemen, please. 2 minutes. All right, we now move on to our next fireside chat, and it's very aptly titled, Future Proofing India's Payment Ecosystem, Responsible AI, Global Trust and Regulatory Confidence. Now, as India's digital payments continue to scale globally, the need for secure, ethical, regulation-aligned innovation has never been more critical, and this has been the thread that we have been following for the last 3 discussions as well, responsibility and ethics and compliance. Now let's deep dive, and to lead this conversation, we are honored to welcome Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan from IIT Bombay and Principal Investigator of Bharat Gen. He will begin with a presentation that sets the context for us and for the future of AI-driven payments, trust and regulation. And following his address, he will be in conversation with Vishal Maru for a deeper round of discussion that explains us the insights and reflections that will come out of his presentation. Over to you, all yours.
Thank you. An honor to be here. May I have the slides up, please? So we have this national sovereign ecosystem called Bharat Gen set up very uniquely as a partnership between academic institutions and a Section 8 company at IIT Bombay. We have 9 academic partners here listed. The entire program also runs, can I have a slide changer? The entire program also runs as a partnership across multiple ministries. And the goal here is technological sovereignty. Now, specifically, with the relevance to future-proofing India's payment and the role that this Bharat Gen initiative plays, I think it's very important to draw your attention to the fact that we have completely localized solutions in situations where we need air gapping, where localization is possible through large models distilled onto small models with high fidelity, while ensuring there's cultural preservation, complete ownership of the data, that is data localization, and in that process, I think UPI has been a great precedent. How do we transition from being just an IP consumer to IP producer, right? That's the key here. How do you ensure that the LLMs, which are complete power guzzlers today, which have a lot of inefficiency right in their DNA, how can you make them more efficient? So therefore, this entire ecosystem is also about making large language models and their counterparts, small language models, efficient. Now, what have we been doing? As I mentioned, this entire partnership has also ensured that frugality, not jugaad, but frugality through science is in there by design and not in retrospect. We have built a team of more than 50 now, full-time engineers. Across the different IITs, we have close to 100 researchers, faculty inclusive. And the important thing is the ability we have developed right in India to be able to train models from the first byte on thousands of GPUs and all on India data centers, which means we're also doing local capacity building. Local capacity building on the vendors, local capacity building also on data. Data provisioning through provenance at the pin code level, collecting more than tens of thousands of hours of speech data while ensuring that they are relevant to the models. So this is actually about creating that virtuous cycle. Otherwise, as you've probably heard in some of the recent talks from great leaders at Niti Aayog, pushing out our data onto third-party GPU and specifically also the LLM API providers is also a recipe for colonization. Right? So this is another very important thing, our ability to handle tens of trillions of data, petabytes of data. And in June, we had our first launch of models by the Honorable Mr. Dr. Jitendra Singh. All our models are on Hugging Face as well as on AI Kosh, which is the Government of India's own platform. Now, what is this ecosystem? There's a foundational model ecosystem. Right at the bottom, you have the recipes, indigenous models and benchmarks. You're going to be served some dishes right after the talk today. Now, what you get served is one dish, but the knowledge behind the creation of those dishes is recipes. Right? Even if you put out certain models out there, when we have access to those recipes, we can actually create variants. We are able to draw the right trade-off between precision and recall, between fidelity and response time. And that means this research-based enabling of technology. And not just that, how do you create or co-design with domain experts these models? How can knowledge-driven inclusivity of data and languages create a very strong catalyst for this virtuous cycle? And finally, data sovereignty. Right? All of this will mean that data can remain back in India, back with us. Right? So I'm going to give you some glimpses into the recipes and indigenous models and benchmarks. Because we are strongly academic, we also ensure that we benchmark our models. Param, for example, even the small model does very well on all the standard benchmarks, while we also create our own benchmarks. Likewise, the vision language model here, which is Patram, we created our own benchmark in the form of Patram Bench, while doing well on all the existing benchmarks. The automatic speech recognition, again, these are just glimpses of performance. Less, the better. Smaller, the word error rate, the better. And we can see we are actually topping the charts across multiple dialects. And the whole idea is also ensuring that the quality control in the process of creating this data set helps up the ecosystem. This implicit capacity building for several vendors that we engaged with in creating more than 30,000 hours of speech data, ranging from the audio frequency, right metadata, diarization, and so on. Now, this is a very important slide. What we see at the bottom are the base models. We've been creating a range of base models. We are touching 17 billion parameters, mixture of experts. But in that process, ensure that there are multiple alternatives laid on the table. Alternatives are very important to choose from. And that makes it possible to build tuned models, whether it's for agriculture, legal, and I'm going to talk about a couple of models which are very relevant to today's session. Now, the agentic frameworks actually built on top of that. And in fact, the agentic behavior in this model surfaces when the model size crosses a particular inflection point. That's when applications become possible, tool calling becomes possible. So, here are a bunch of data sets and benchmarks that we released, ranging from agriculture, finance, legal, also Ayurveda. As I said, we are soon releasing models in the range of 17 billion parameters, mixture of expert, built from the scratch. And the recipes are all right here in India with us, right? And along with these models, we also release benchmarks, which makes it possible to also push the frontiers of research and model building. Let me provide an illustration here, something called Krishi Sati.
हम प्याज के लिए तो 3.5 महीने के बाद स्टोरेज करते हैं, तो स्टोरेज में ज़्यादा दिक्कत आती है, तो स्टोरेज कैसा करना चाहिए?
क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि आपके प्याज की किस्म कौन सी है और आपने फसल कब काटी थी? प्याज को ठंडी और हवादार जगह में रखें जहां तापमान 25 से 30 डिग्री सेल्सियस और नमी 65 से 70% के बीच हो।
What we also try to illustrate here is the advantage of having our feet on the ground through applications and use case engagements, while having the head in the sky with a vision to ensure that we are not recolonized through AI, right? Obviously, we may be a bit late, but I'm very grateful to the government of India for backing this, and obviously to several industrial partners. We work closely with Zoho, with IBM Research, and IBM in general, NASCOM, and several others who have lined up. And the other important part is because of these partnerships, it also becomes possible to build many of these domain-specific models, whether it's the legal, finance, or agri space. And we keep releasing benchmarks. I mentioned that this is just one illustration we publish. This is a NACL 2025, extensive benchmarking on multiple Indian languages, 11 Indic languages, 10 different data sets. And all this becomes possible because we bring in completely in-house ecosystem, not just for the LLMs, but also the data creation. As I said, there's an agentic framework that helps us create the data. Acknowledging the work we did with the support of the Department of Science and Technology, the initial support was 235 crore. The India mission recently awarded us a very large challenge, basically to build large models up to 1 trillion parameters with a funding exceeding 1,000 crore, right? And all this is through a Section 8 company. It's not just an academic exercise. This is with Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav recently. Now, what does it entail? I'm going to give you some examples here. The end-to-end model requires context.
डॉक्टर के आशंका बा कि हार्ट में कोनो ब्लॉकेज न हो, यही खातिर हमके एंजियोग्राफी करावे के बा।
So the lady was speaking Bhojpuri. Without context, you get it as endography, whereas with the context, you get it as angiography. This is the power of context, bringing fusion across multiple modalities, and it's actually the first manifestation of agentic behavior.
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଆବେଦନର ସ୍ଥିତି ଜାଣିବା ପାଇଁ 5 ଦବାନ୍ତୁ। ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଅନୁମୋଦନ ହୋଇଛି।
This is a conventional text-to-speech system with no emotion.
ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଅନୁମୋଦନ ହୋଇଛି।
Context matters, and agentic behavior is characterized by the ability of models to factor in that larger context. And now what happens when you do this end to end?
నాకు రేపటిలోగా వేప పురుగు మందు డెలివరీ కావాలి, ఇది అత్యవసరం.
ఎల్లుండి మీరు ప్రామాణిక డెలివరీ ద్వారా దాన్ని పొందుతారు. తప్పకుండా మీరు ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ డెలివరీని ఎంచుకుని రేపు పొందగలరు.
So you can see that the end-to-end behavior, when it can factorize in context of speech and text together, the decisions themselves can change. Right? This is agentic behavior, which also leads to different planning and judgment. This is an illustration of the ecosystem. I'm going to just spend a few more minutes talking about how research matters here. It's not just about becoming a use case capital of the world while draining away all ideas. Let's take this classic example where you want to ensure that while you project from speech to the text domain across multiple languages, you're able to cross-pollinate, right? Cross-pollinate from text to speech, but also cross-pollinate across Indian languages. And what happens if we employ a projector from the speech to the text? It's just projecting, but using a mixture of experts. Everyone here has heard of mixture of experts, right? DeepSeek made it famous, but this has been around in academia since my BTech days at IIT Bombay and PhD subsequently again at IIT Bombay. Now, what's very interesting, just look at these, the two matrices at the top, right? You'll find that these two matrices look very similar. Do you observe just the shades without getting into the actual numbers, right? This one is for the Hindi expert, a speech projector from speech, mixed speech to text. And this is an expert which takes up the onus of projecting for Marathi. Do you see that Hindi and Marathi, the matrices look very similar? Yes? Do you observe that pattern? Thanks. Thanks for the acknowledgement. On the other hand, if you look at Tamil, I speak Tamil, and Tamil does have a lot of syntactic similarity with other Indian languages. However, Tamil does need an expert of its own, and a language like Telugu leverages experts from Tamil, there is some vocabulary overlap, and Hindi, as you would also expect. That's very interesting. So you see, it's not about building siloed models for one Indian language at a time. These models can cross-pollinate, right? This just to give an example of the plethora of important research problems. We should not assume that the problem of building foundational models is solved, because if we want scalability, we need frugality, right? Frugality by identifying patterns in the tasks. I gave you a couple of examples of tasks, the legal, finance, but then you know that these tasks also have significant overlap. How do you ensure that the arithmetic, right? Our Sridhar Vembu, he makes a very interesting point. The problem is the models today are representing in a basis, in a representation space, which is probably not very effective, right? That's why so much compute. Can we do that in a much more semantically meaningful, interpretable, explainable space? Can that be grounded in Indian language and its understanding? Yes, those are tasks we have taken up, right? Another very important perspective, why do these models need so much data to be trained? A child doesn't need so much data to be trained. Can we have a child exposed to data that has good coverage? For example, identifying the bulbs that need to be lit up in this room so that the entire room is illuminated. That's a coverage problem. Can I identify points that also give you diversity, including different dialects for the same language, right? Or can the entire data subset selection for training these models be driven by information theory, right? I want the right, most high probable, low entropy output or features by selecting a subset of the data points that are most representative of the output, and so on, right? So whole idea of data subset selection. How does that matter? Whole bunch of papers from our lab over the years for data efficiency in different stages of training the large language model. How do you ensure that while in the initial stages of training the model, you may want some amount of representation. In the later stages, you may want to actually have diversity. How do you ensure that when you're training multiple models, mixture of experts, there are meta models which are also able to very nicely collaborate or establish collaborations amongst them. And in fact, a lot of collaboration could be across different layers of the same model, right? That is adaptive intelligence. I know there's a lot to be spoken about this, but I'm going to close with this. This is ambitious. It needs participation from every Indian to avoid recolonization. And it's important that, right, the entire deep tech stack is sovereign. The ability to also make sure that we are culturally sensitive and sovereign in our adaptation of this program is as important. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Vishal Maru to please. Thank you, Professor. Mr. Maru, all yours.
I actually love your energy, and I'm sure this comes from the passion of future-proofing India payment system. So, congratulations for all that Bharat Jain is doing. Am I audible? Am I clear? Yeah. So, you spoke about a lot of multilingual, multimodal environment. So, very straight question, because we come from payment industry. Just want to understand how is that this model can probably help innovate the future of payments?
Right. So, a very obvious thing is making completely end-to-end voice-based payment, right? There have been efforts in that space, but trust becomes very important. Ethics become very important, right? And with so much of, spoofing around, it's also important to make that these are extremely secure. So, while multilinguality in speech is very natural, right? Through speech is very natural to leverage for the payment interface, the other aspects which are to help ensure that there are no loopholes and backdoors in this process are equally important. And as much as the power of generative AI can be used to abuse, understanding how generation takes place is important to safeguard its abuse. Does that help?
Yeah, so you spoke about trust, and I think the trust is important when it comes to payments. So you also spoke about tuning the data models.
Right.
And you touched upon the guardrails in the tuning the whole data model. So what kind of guardrails you would probably want to talk about when it comes to the payment ecosystem and using the agentic AI?
I'm not extremely, educated in the space of payments, other than the fact that I'm a big fan of UPI. So I'm really proud about India and the way we actually leapfrogged. The trust aspect can come through one, explainability. The more the models are explainability, I mean, how many of you used databases? You use databases? So when you fire a SQL, structured query language query, what does that structured query language translate to? Yes? An execution plan on myriad tables in the database. The execution plan lets you understand why a particular result aggregating over multiple tables was produced. This connection between the result and the query is called the provenance. The more there is provenance in these systems, the more there will be a possibility of trust. The provenance is very key. A second very important aspect is, by design, if these models are human in the loop, it will ensure that there is complementarity. Why I love UPI is also that it actually complemented our savings economy. I go to the US very frequently and I'm frustrated with the number of credit cards I need to carry, right? So how do we complement the ecosystem by leveraging the domain expertise? And that must be by design, as I said. So that's the second element of trust, I believe. And as an ML engineer, I feel a lot of responsibility of ensuring that the next genre is actually pushing the frontiers of trust by design.
Yeah, so you're right, So even Rishi spoke about creating the whole AI model by design, and designed by trust, designed by privacy, designed by compliance. So I was very impressed with what you are doing on Bharat Jain. And even as FSS, we have been involved and engaged in doing a lot of work around artificial intelligence, and everybody has seen that today. My very direct question to you is that what is that people like us, the financial institution like us and the academians can do together to make AI more reliable, more scalable, more controlled and more governed? So what is that we can do together?
Thank you. Excellent question. Co-design. If you look at how China has made such great progress in the area of generative AI, is by co-designing. Largely co-designing between people who understand compute infra, the architecture, and people who understand machine learning and AI, people like me. They co-design. I think that's where DeepSeek also gave OpenAI a run for their money, right? But obviously, I mean, OpenAI has also acted smart. They came up with GPT OSS, which is a distilled model from their large 20 billion parameter model distilled from their large models. So obviously, the idea of co-design has also been acknowledged by other entities, right? But we have a lot to learn from China in that space. I think if we come together, right, create a mechanism by which we can do this co-design of incorporation of perhaps voice interfaces for the payment, I would say that's a very low-hanging fruit, but it really needs to be thrashed out to the finest levels of details, right? With trust. I think the most important part here is trust. It's often easy for us to trust Western solutions. We need to trust our own solutions. China has done that again, right? A lot to learn from them. We may fail, but it's better to fail fast and fail forward, and that's possible when we co-design. I hope you accept this invite to collaborate. And we also need, by the way, we need to augment our team. We are just 50. We need to grow to 100, right? Very soon, and more, maybe more. So more, we can also help identify people who can create those strong bondings in the process of co-designing, the faster we can grow.
So co-creation and the word which Mr. Raman was using in the earlier session. So co-creation is your word, which I'm taking it as a feedback. And the other word is Brand Bharat. So I think Brand Bharat for co-creating, Brand Bharat for AI, I think that's the message for us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So anyone wants to ask any question? Any question for? So I think you have very clearly demystified the concepts.
Felicitations, Adil.
Or made them more mystical. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to conclude this landmark evening, it is an honor to invite a leader who has transformed FSS from a rupees 200 crore organization to 1,100 crore global payments powerhouse. A visionary championing everything that is Make in India, financial inclusion, and governance-led innovations. Please welcome Mr. V. Balasubramaniam, COO, FSS.
Good evening, and I know this is the last session. I think we are delayed by 10 minutes, but just 5 minutes to conclude, because it's very important for us to take our journey for the future. Very interesting is I'm going to take from Vipin. He talked about baby boomers born before 1964. I'm born before 1964. So we do adopt AI as baby boomers, so that's not an issue. Very important part to take. One is the last session which Ganesh talked about, is that as a country, we are building our own ingenious large-scale models and the context models to take it to our own financial inclusion people across the country. We are talking about 1.4 billion people. It's very important that we indigenously build. We are talking about 2047 Atmanirbhar, and That's when we are talking about the whole 1.4 billion being part of our journey. Coming back to the main point on artificial intelligence, our view is very clear. We don't have a choice. So that's something, again, I'm going to steal Vipin's word in terms of 1992, when we are trying to implement the base 24 switch across the banks. There was a turmoil, there was a strike, there was a fear of losing job by implementing the switch, which can create the interoperability across the banks in this country. But from there, we moved on, and today I'm not sure. Will anybody say they don't use IT systems in their banks? I'm sure you have a desktop in your front of you. You do your mail, you do many things out of that. But those things have come out of a lot of innovations which we have done over 34 years. So we are very happy that the banks have supported us in our journey towards last 34 years. And most important for us is that banks have trusted us. So that is very, very clear. So whole day, many of our team would have talked about trust center, trust. Everything is about trust. Payment is trust. Again, we'll harp on that trust is everything. And as a bank, you have trusted us for last 34 years in working with you on various journeys across the payments. So one of the important part, I would like to say as a part of our point of view, it is time that bank has to move away from their legacy systems. You don't have much choice. This is the same statement I made last year when we had the Simply Payments, when we said that it is critical and important for banks to move away from, at least in the payment side, from a legacy systems to the modernized system, the microservices architecture to derive maximum benefit out of AI. So from that perspective, I'm very happy that 10 of the banks chose, and one of the large bank in the country has chosen this of migrating their major issuance systems towards the modernization of microservices. I think if the largest bank in this country does it, I'm sure most of the other banks will follow that. So I'm happy that we have been able to work with certain banks in modernizing the legacy platforms. So hopefully by next year, most of the banks would have moved into the new platform. And that's when the AI benefits will take over. So this is the 1 year which we are trying to use, building the trust and the models of trust to work with banks to create what we can do in transforming banks. One of the questions the moderator asked, are we trying to replace a bank? Sorry. We are clear statement as an organization is, we want to work with bank to make bank competitive and innovative to provide large convenience to our 1.4 billion people. So we are not here to replace any banks. We are not a thing. We are working with banks. We will work with banks. We'll make the bank competitive globally by using artificial intelligence. And that's what we are trying to do as a part of our exercise. And I'm extremely happy to say, because we could have started as a use case, shown you some multiple use case, we could have come and demonstrated use case. We didn't follow that path. We clearly took a path that policy by design, compliance by design, standard by design. And that's why we went into the governance and the governance platform. Today we are the first company in India in payments to get ISO 42001. So I'm sure Rishi told that. That is what we have done to provide trust, because banks have trusted us for last 34 years. It's important we give back to the banks what we are doing. So we have created the trust so banks can be confident of sharing their data to create those models. We can create a model, as somebody said, it could be 20% relevant, but specific to the bank, specific to the usage. We need to create those data, learn that. Rishi talked about small context models. That's what we will do. We are not an artificial intelligence technology house of creating a large language models. That we will leave it to Bharat Jan. I'm sure they will create multiple large language models, speech models. Our job is to use AI uncommonly well. So I keep saying that commonly you can use many things, But what makes us different, how we can compete globally, how we can do differently is how do we use AI uncommonly well. Using the trust is what we need to do. And more importantly, people, everyone in this room need to adopt AI. You don't have a choice. So it's important that you go back to your own functions, your own area of work. If you can create a POC, something as a use case, which can build trust and link to your vision of your own organization, I think we have been very successful in this conference. So our whole objective is to ensure that each of you can go back as a usage, not ChatGPT, but use something which is relevant to your policy in your organization, your vision in your organization, and you can create that happen. I think we have won the game of artificial intelligence, and we can be, with Bharat Gen and our own usage of artificial intelligence in uncommon way, I think we can be global leaders in payments. UPI has been a global leader in payments. India is a global leader in payments. And I'm sure with the usage of artificial intelligence and working with you, we can create a next revolution of AI in payments only through India. And that is the vision on which FSS is working. We have started in a small way of creating a 40 compliance and the trust centers. We'll work with all the banks in building AI use cases in the payments to transform payments industry, not only in India, globally. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate spending your time with us. Thank you. Thank you.
And now I couldn't have asked for a better summing up and conclusion to this evening. Your vision, sir, on responsible AI and its role in shaping the future of payments perfectly sets the stage for what's going to come next for the industry. Thank you so much. And with that, we draw curtains on FSS and Moneycontrol present Simply Payments 2025. This was an evening filled with a lot of idea, frameworks, and innovation, all pointing towards one big message that India is ready to lead the world into the next era of responsible AI-driven payments. And a heartfelt thank you to all our speakers, our partners at FSS, and to each one of you for being such a wonderful audience. And please join us for cocktail and dinner, and do not forget to use the right hashtag and talk about the evening to the rest of the world. Thank you so much.